Match number 3 of this MLC Champions Open. I've got the two captains today, Jacob from Samp. Toss time here at match number 3 of this MLC Champions Open. I've got the two captains today, Jacob from Samp Army, Sammy Aslam from the Atlanta Fire, and third umpire, Owen Brown Jr. Gentlemen, who's got the coin? Sammy Aslam has got the coin. Coin goes up. Heads is the call.
Tails.
And tails it is. Sammy, you've won the toss. If you could just come forward, let us know what you're going to be doing.
Yeah, we'll be bowling first.
Tell me about this pitch and conditions as well. How much did that impact your decision?
Yeah, I think the pitch remains the same. The only advantage I think in the first inning is like you get some swing because it's early in the morning, and that's what we want to take advantage of.
Your team came up short yesterday. How do you sort of instill that bit of extra motivation to get them ready for a quick turnaround?
Yeah, so this is very important game for us to remain in the tournament. Yesterday were some positives and some negatives as well. Like I think we batted like well in some parts of the game, and we were there until the 18th over to win the game. But yeah, there were not major partnership in the start, so we'll try to win this game by playing well.
Any changes?
Yeah, there is one change. So Imran Khan is playing in place of Brody.
All the best to you.
Thank you very much.
Now let's get Jacob Jr. Jacob, you lost the toss. Having won it, what would you have done?
We would have liked to bowl first as well.
Tell me about yesterday. Also lost that game. How do you sort of motivate your side to come back a bit better today?
Yeah, I don't really think it's needed to motivate the guys. Now it's up for stakes. We also want to win the tournament, so it's a must-win for us. And yeah, we're going to try and do that.
Any changes to your side?
Yeah, we've got a couple of changes. We've got Marty Kane coming in, we've got Abiram Bolasetti coming in, and we've got Cody Shetty coming in. Yeah.
All the best today.
Thanks a lot.
Well, there you have it from the toss. Sammy Aslam has won it again, and he's going to be bowling first. We welcome you into the MLC Champions Open, day number 2, and it's pretty chilly conditions here at the Prairie View Cricket Complex. We've got Samp Army up against the Atlanta Fire, two teams that will be looking for their first win in this competition. Corny Dry bowling the first delivery. Starts with a wide, so I have to rebowl that. I've got the pleasure of having a Houston native, Brian Walters, alongside me. Brian, it's a very cold day. Thought Houston was a place of heat, but I was wrong.
Well, if you're here July, August, September, you'll be wishing for the days where it was 51 degrees and windy here in Prairie View. Really brutal conditions, but generally I think bowl first conditions. Not surprising that the Samp Army have been inserted by the Atlanta Fire to bowl or to bat.
That one doing a bit off the surface. And yesterday it was a similar story for the Fire. Had a really good start in the first 3 overs and then just fell away as that power play came to a conclusion. They want to ensure that they can be a bit better, Sammy Aslam and his team. Similar decision to win the toss and bowl first in what should be some pretty conducive conditions, especially for fast bowling. Same pitch being used as well.
Same pitch, and having a look at it before the match started, my goodness, it looks absolutely a belter. Corner Drive will love bowling on this wicket.
Again, getting some carry, which we saw yesterday. Again, though, trying to find that consistent line. Pitch number 2 being used again, Brian. And I found yesterday, I think because of the overcast conditions, never really had that time to allow the sun to really bake on it. So you had it, at times it was a bit too pace, but less grass today could play a bit better for the batters.
Certainly less grass, but grass or not, the bounce and the carry that was evident yesterday, just from the eye test for these first 3 deliveries, is also evident today. So again, big fast bowlers like Corner Drive, this is something that they'd love.
That would be runs. Fine leg in the circle. And I don't think he wants to be bowling that straight of a line with fine leg and all the fielders up on the leg side. So good start for Samp Army. They need to get off to a good start here.
Corner Drive, obviously a good bowler, but the first few from around the wicket, right-handed angle, angling it into Lahiri Malantha as a left-hander, those are going down the leg side. You sort of limit your options in terms of line when you go around the wicket. So I think a better angle for Corner Drive would have been to go over the wicket, trying to slant it across Lahiri Malantha. But 3 of the 4 deliveries so far have been down that leg side. 2 were adjudged to be wide, and then 1 was clipped behind square for 4. So I think that's certainly something that Corner Drive can improve on. Just fix that line.
Well, he's making a change to his field. He has a deep third.
And he's now gone over the wicket.
And he also has deep backward square. So 1 on the onside now. Surprised a change of ends for Corner Drive because yesterday he bowled very well with the new ball from that northern end. Today he's opted to come from this southern end.
It's interesting because the wind is coming from the north, so he's running into the wind to bowl, and it's a pretty stiff wind. I'd say consistently around 15 or so miles an hour, gusts up to 20 to 25. So a fast bowler doesn't like running into the wind generally, and as a senior fast bowler, I'm actually surprised exactly that he didn't take the option of bowling with the wind at his back.
1 change for the Atlanta Fire. Brody Couch missing out today. They brought in some added experience in that side.
Oh, shot.
David White. That is David White at his very best. First delivery off the mark straight away with a boundary.
Yeah, Corner Drive getting that one too wide and too short. Inside the power play, obviously the first 6 overs, no one or only 2 allowed outside the circle. And in this occasion, no one in the deep sweeping. And that ball was very, very wide and short. David White, a very aggressive batter, pouncing all over that and hammering it through the covers for 4.
It was a real tough start for David White yesterday because just never really got that innings going. I think the UMMC Knight Riders, a team that beat the Samp Army, bowled extremely well to him. Very straight in terms of the line and didn't give him any width, which you just saw there. But this man is a genuine 6-hitter, hit the most 6s in the minor league season. So they're going to have to do well to keep him under control because if he gets away here, Brian, it could be dangerous. That is the best delivery drives produced in that first over. A good way to end, but a good over for Samp. End of the first, 11 for none. Brian, how difficult will it be for fast bowlers, especially in these cold conditions? I mean, for people that know Celsius, 15 degrees Celsius. That's ridiculous, Brian, and it will be very tough for fast bowlers sort of to stay warm.
Well, that's certainly the case. You know, somebody like Corner, once he gets through a couple of overs and gets warmed up, gets his body warmed up, then it will be a little bit easier. But there's no doubt that the cold conditions certainly has an impact, a negative impact on the way you're able to bowl. In addition, gripping the ball just right can sometimes be an issue. Also for the spinners when they come on later, but definitely being able to get that seam in the right position, and then especially if you're going to try to bowl any cutters, look for that to be an issue also. Interesting move here coming from the forest and the northern end of the ground. It is Usman Rafiq. So spin brought into the attack. Didn't bowl at all yesterday, but it's going to be interesting to see if the young man who's able to move it both directions as an off spinner will be able to have a part to play here.
Yeah, first look at Usman Rafiq. Man, that's part of that USA international side now. We'll be heading off for the Cricket World Cup qualifiers very soon. Didn't get an opportunity to bowl yesterday, but now we'll get one, and we'll be looking to get a wicket. He's got the favourable left-hander in terms of the matchup, and of course, as you mentioned, has a very good carom ball which can spin the other way, which may use to David White, the right-hander. And he's going to have to be very straight as well, especially to Milanta, because we know Milanta is strong through the offside, the smaller side, but you want to force him to hit into the much bigger leg side. For David White, that challenge becomes a bit more difficult.
That's exactly right. Interestingly, and it's not surprising that you have Usman Rafiq. If you're going to commit to bowling spin at this stage of the innings, then you're certainly going to want him bowling from the northern end, which is where the wind is coming from, forcing the players, David White particularly, to hit into the wind. And a pretty stiff wind obviously can be the difference between a 6 and a wicket. 2 men in the deep, one at long on. Long on is relatively wide, and there's a square leg in position for the right-handed David White.
Should just be a single. They'll look for 2, won't get it. Found it pretty interesting. A lot of batters sort of held out at that long on position yesterday because of that high intense wind. Saw Saif Badar, who's involved in this, got a 50 and timed the ball so well, looking like he's going over long on for 6, but instead just held out at the boundaries. So that will be something for batters to be cognizant of when they go about things today.
Going to be something to watch for. Corey Anderson, just a word about him. He's not feeling in the covers. Looked to me to be much more energetic and bowled with a few more yards of pace. It'll be interesting to see when he comes on to bowl later whether or not that carries over.
I think the surface as well. Remember yesterday, Atlanta Fire would have bowled early morning. The surface definitely had some moisture. Ball was gripping, so when he rolled his fingers over and was able to bowl those cutters, just seemed to do something with that variable bounce. I wonder if on a surface like this, which is a bit flatter, more placid and a lot drier, if Sami Aslam still opts to go with that Anderson option. It's been a good start from Usman Rafiq though. Just 5 deliveries bowled, but he's only conceded 2 runs. And a man that will know these conditions very well, playing his cricket here and living in Houston.
Sure. Lived in Houston for the last 15 or so years. Plays for the Houston Hurricanes, captain of that side. Brilliant, brilliant all-rounder. What a brilliant over. 4 straight dot balls to end things.
Excellent over. Second over comes to an end, 13 for none. And you look at Usman Rafiq, if we talk a bit about him, Brian, his story getting back into the USA international side, it was really off the back of that minor league season where he was not only impressive with the ball, but also a couple of 50s with the bat in hand as well.
He is probably, it's easy to overlook him as a batter, but when he comes in to bat somewhere down the order, you want him somewhere at around, let's say, 60 runs to get in the last 6 or 7 overs. He is a truly dangerous hitter. More powerful than you'd think. He's not a huge guy, but he's much more powerful than you think. Strokes the ball sweetly, and then obviously with the ball in hand is able to move it in more than one, in both directions. So just an all-round handy cricketer.
So it's going to be a change in bowling. After that first over from Cornidry went for 11. Baski Yadram has come into the attack. Did bowl 1 over in the power play yesterday. And he'll be looking now to get a bit more wickets because he created the opportunities yesterday. A couple of catches put down off his bowling. only picked up the 1 wicket, but it was an important one, getting the wicket of Tajinder Singh, who got a 50, the first 50 in this MLC Champions Open. But he's running into the wind, so that's something that we saw a lot of bowlers, seamers especially, struggle with yesterday.
And Bhaskar Yajram himself had trouble locating that proper run-up.
And there you see it again.
Had a no ball called on him from this end from memory. Was it in his first over, and then missed his run-up a number of times, and then other times running in, and then you see him intentionally adjusting the length of his step so as not to overstep. So just maybe some of that is running into the wind, and just I think he just needs to be able to get all that straightened out.
It will be tough for everyone really in these conditions, because even as fielders, balls hit pretty hard. Even catches, when you have those cold hands, sometimes it's really tough to catch the ball. So the battling through the conditions is supposed to get a bit warm as the day goes on. So that second game, I think probably in a better position, those two teams, the UMMC Knight Riders taking on the Kingsmen, both teams that are unbeaten in this competition, coming to you later today. Came down the track. It's something we saw him do a lot of yesterday, David White, trying to use his feet, trying to get close to the pitch of the ball.
Well, you come down the track if you're thinking that the bowler's length is going to be predictable. And Bhaskar Yajram, again, just sort of having a little bit of trouble measuring his run-up, because he slows down right before he approaches the crease on that occasion. And that ball, luckily for him, Bhaskar Yajram, moving in off the seam and darting into David White. So the attempted pull was missed because of that additional seam movement. And now, as a result of that shot that was just played by David White, you see now Usman Rafiq dropping back on the boundary at long on.
So long on and deep mid-wicket. The two out, both third and fine leg in the circle. That is glorious. Absolutely glorious from David White. And just missed his length slightly, Bhaskar Yajram. That is what this man is capable of at this level.
I will tell you, the happiest person in the world right now is Captain Sami Aslam standing at extra cover, because had that ball been a little bit straighter, it would have gone straight to him at knots, and he would have been needing to feel that in these cold conditions. That ball was hammered so hard. Luckily for him, Sami Aslam, the ball only goes away for 4, but a brutal strike by David White.
Gonna have to re-bowl it, but I think you look at the span of those 3 deliveries, that's probably the ideal length that Yajram wants to find. The delivery before he was hit for 4, bowled into the pitch, rolled his fingers over it, and bowled a dot ball to David White at the body. Even if he does make contact, White, he's hitting into the much bigger side, and he does have protection on that boundary, so don't think he'll want to be, or trying to be, bowling full outside that off stump. It's just too easy for a player with the strengths of David White.
Hits the ball so hard, times it so beautifully. It's a joy to watch.
Bit of extra bounce there, so good comeback from Yajram in this over.
Much better delivery. So the width was not there, and then the length is that awkward length where we've seen it a couple of times already today and then several times yesterday. It leaps off that good length. So if you keep that ball on that line, sort of right on an off-stump line from over the wicket, and then get that length where David White cannot free his arms and drive, then that's more like what you're trying to accomplish here with by Bhaskar Yajram. And that's corner drive deep on the boundary at square leg. Just protection for that. In fact, now with the left-hander on strike, it's deep point. So that suggests to me that he's going to be bowling a short of a length, type of a length, and then the line you would think would be somewhere on off stump.
Good start to the left-handed Milanta. Judging Samp Army's performance yesterday with the bat, only got to 110. Where do you think they need to improve the most?
They just need to build partnerships. They kept losing wickets at very regular intervals, and they have a strong batting lineup. So it's not necessarily that the talent isn't there. The talent is obviously there, but just being able to size the conditions up appropriately and then just build partnerships. Get those ones and twos, and then they have the big hitters who can explode towards the end.
Good over from Basquiat, even after going for the boundary. Just 6 runs conceded, and Atlanta Fire keeping things tight. End of 3 overs, 19 for none. Yeah, you look at a very similar start for the Samp Army side in these 2 matches. Yesterday in the power play was somewhere, I think, where they struggled a bit and probably will look back on it. Didn't get off to the start they needed to sort of propel that innings. Got to 45 but lost 2 wickets, so guess so far so good, but I think they want to increase that scoring rate. More than 80% of the time, Brian, you win the power play, you go on to win the game in T20 cricket.
That's exactly right. So 6.33 is the rate at which they're scoring right now. So that, translates based on the start to around 38 runs inside the power play. I think they'll want more than that, something closer to 50. And now, interestingly, the sun is now out. It will be today a little bit more sunny, even though it's very cold. Temperature-wise, it's colder, but the sun coming down will sort of assist in, flattening out the pitch a little bit, making it better. So as you go through this innings, expect for it to be better for the batters. Usman Rafiq again in for his second over.
The first over just went for 2 runs. Another dot ball. They're doing this really well, building pressure regardless of who's bowling. I think stringing together dot deliveries, that's going to be critical, especially in this power play. You only have the 2 fielders outside the circle. Just too short, and that is way too easy for David White. He's looking good so far. He's picking the deliveries well.
Yeah, certainly too short and a little bit too straight, regardless of whether or not it was too straight in terms of the line. That length, you're always going to be in trouble with that sort of length. And just looking at this, David White just easily pivoting and sweeping that around the corner. Could have picked anywhere. There's a pretty large gap of about 90 degrees between fine leg and square leg that he could have picked, and easily putting that away for 4.
Really is a double-edged sword for Sami Hassan when it comes to Usman Rafiq, because you look at the off-spin option. If he brought him from the opposite end, the southern end, he would face the risk of bowling to White, hitting into the bigger side, but with the wind. And a man of David White's power more than certainly could clear that boundary. So I think it's all about the line that Usman Rafiq can bowl. That is just too straight. Tried it once in the over, tried it again, and same result.
Yeah, so no question. In terms of the length was more appropriate that time, but the line is too straight. I think you'll find this one spearing down the leg side. In fact, my apologies, he swept that off stump. So there's an element of risk in that shot, to be honest. And so Usman Rafiq, I don't think will be very bothered by that choice of shot by David White. Looking at it live, and we're not exactly straight here looking at it live. So based on the choice of shot, I thought that it was going down leg. But that ball was swept off stump. That will keep Usman Rafiq interested. Interesting that they now have moved the fielder backward square leg.
I think why Sami Hassan will be happy is that even when they've conceded boundaries, they've done well to keep the pressure on in the remainder of the over. This has been an expensive one, the most expensive since Cornidry's first over. But you look at that last over, just went for the 6 runs, even after conceding a boundary early. So does he go back to Basquiat for a second, or does he sort of save him for the back end of the inning? Something we saw yesterday. Just over. Short third was inside the circle, and it's 3 boundaries in the over. A much more fruitful start for the Samp Army side. End of 4 overs. A big over for the men in blue and orange. 13 runs from it.
Boy, just over the top. Moral victory for Usman Rafiq, because I think Lahiru Milanta was trying to cut that more square and obviously wanting to keep it down. Bhaskar Yadram at short third. Had that been somebody like a Cornidry at 6'5", he might have been able to get a catch there. but it does fly over the top of Bhaskar Yadram and running away for 4. So speaking of whom, and you mentioned whether or not he was going to come back for his second over, well, he's doing exactly that, handing his equipment to umpire Owen Brown, make that umpire Colin Edwards, umpire standing at the highway end, the southern end of the ground. Other umpire standing at the northern end is Rashane Samuels.
Good start from Yadram. You won't mind that. Something we haven't seen from Sami Aslam is the use of Emilio Ponzo with the new ball. You'll watch the Atlanta Fire in the minor league and in other tournaments. They've used the left arm spinner with the new ball. And on today's occasion, he opted to go with the off spin. Still finger spin, but another option. And I guess now in this, he'll have a lot more options at his disposal.
That's true. Part of the thinking about not using Emilio Ponzo might be because of Lahiro Melanta's presence. So you don't necessarily want the left-hander to be turning the ball into the left-handed Lahiro Melanta, particularly inside the power play. That presents a bit of an element of risk for me.
Lahiro Melanta, that is out of the top drawer. Straight as an arrow on 6.
Wow. That angle from around the wicket by Bhaskar Yadram, leaving it right in the slot. Absolutely blasted back over his head. You'll see on the replay here, you have not very many options in terms of error if you're bowling from around the wicket to a left-hander. And you see him advancing down the track just a touch and being able to hammer that away over the top for 6.
Yeah, certainly overpitched. He would have been looking to bowl that length. He's got both mid-on and mid-off up in the circle. So he's trying to bowl into the pitch with both boundary riders square, but he's missed his length on a couple of occasions and he's had to pay the price. Much more like it and seemed to have a bit of extra zing on it. Smith Patel is excited. Umpire no interest. But that's definitely a much more favorable length from Bhaskar Yadram.
That's the length that he wants to bowl. Nikhil, stop me if you've heard me say this before, but I think just from over the wicket presents better score or better options of keeping the batter quiet for me than bowling around the wicket. Left-handers generally like to see the ball coming into them. A worse angle for a left-handed batter is that ball going across them. So something for Bhaskar Yadram to consider, I think. But on that occasion, you're exactly right. That length is one that I think is more conducive to being able to get the edge and certainly to be able to keep Lahiro Melanta quiet.
Oh, that is so subtle, but so effective from Lahiro Melanta. Just open the face and you can see he's thoroughly enjoying batting out there in the middle.
I'll tell you what, as brutal as that 6 was, that 4 may be a better cricketing shot. Look at this, just opening the face right there, just right at the last second. Knew that there was no risk in that shot as long as he got bat on it because third man is inside the circle. So just guiding that away. What a beautifully executed shot for 4.
Yeah, that shot right there, if you take another look at it, Brian, that shot is why the T20 cricket is a batsman's game. Because not a terrible delivery from Bhaskar Yadram by any means, but he just played it so late to get the positioning, and now he's sent back deep third and brought up the deep cover. And Melanta says, whatever you can do, I can do better. 6-4 and another boundary in this over. It's turning out to be a big power play for Samp Army. Exactly the start they needed.
15 from the over so far with 1 ball to come. 47 from the power play. I mentioned that if they got something close to 50 at the end of the power play, they'd be happier. And they're easily on the way to doing that now with still 1 more over to go after this next delivery for the power play. So Lahiro Melanta taking advantage of yet another loose delivery, short and wide outside off. Corner dry, who's standing at point, was in no position to be able to get to that one. So another boundary. And all of a sudden, Lahiro Melanta has raced ahead to 24 from 15.
Can't afford to give this man width. If you've watched Melanta in the past, he's one of the best players when he has the arms to play the ball. An excellent start. Much improved for Samp Army in the 5 overs. 48 for none.
Well, on a brisk morning here in Prairie View, Texas, Samp Army has brought some fire to Prairie View. I'm Aman Patel joining Brian Walters here in the booth. And Samp Army, after getting not the batting innings they were looking for, batting first in their first match, Lahiru Malanta, he's taking it up a notch. Brian, what have you seen so far from Lahiru?
I think he's cashed in on probably slightly indifferent bowling. Too many times the bowlers have missed both their length and their lines, and Lahiru Malanta able to cash in. Now, interestingly, we spoke about him just a second ago. Emilio Ponzo is coming into the attack. He's bowling to Lahiru Malanta. So the last over of the power play, we're still inside the power play. There's corner drive deep at mid-wicket, and there's a fielder deep at long on. So the left-hander turning the ball into the left-handed Lahiru Malanta, you're going to expect that he's going to be looking to target those areas deep on the onside.
Uses his feet there. Malanta just pushes it down the ground. Malanta and Aponzo know each other well, both ex-Sri Lankan players, and played a lot of first-class cricket with and against each other over there. So very familiar with each other's games, and I think you can see a bit of respect there from Lahiru Malanta, just using his feet, getting to Amila.
Now, of course, with the right-handed David White, big six-hitter, but two things. Number one, the ball would be turning away from him, and then number two, he would be hitting, if he goes big, into the wind coming from the northwest here in Prairie View. So if he elevates the ball, David White, in that area over long on, that's where the wind will be holding the ball up. And interestingly, they've tossed the carrot out there because mid-on is inside the circle. So they're wanting to induce that type of a shot.
And does induce that type of shot. Fielder running back. I don't think he's going to get enough ground there, but there you go, Brian, right on cue. Really good work there on the boundary to keep it from going for 4. They'll pick up a couple of runs there, but just as you mentioned it, threw the carrot out there, and David White, he took the bait.
Exactly the shot they were trying to induce, and just like what you think would happen, the wind holds it up, so it doesn't go for 6, but it does clear that fielder at mid-on running backward, and he's only able to prevent it. Is able to prevent it from going for 4, but he prevents effectively 2 runs for his side. He made a good save down there at the boundary at long on.
Now long off back. And this time Emilio Ponzo pulls the length, and we saw Emilio Ponzo yesterday find the length he was looking for, going a little bit quicker through the air, just forcing the batter to play on the back foot rather than come down the track or play on the front foot, and make him play shots like this, not giving up boundaries. He'll take that quick single. And if you are the identifier, I don't think you'll mind the singles as long as you can prevent those boundaries from coming. And after the big over we just saw off Bhaskar Yadram, Aponzo's job here is just to restrict and hold things down in the final over of the power play.
No question. So 2 balls to go so far here in the power play. I think you can easily make the argument that Samp Army has won. If this is a boxing match, let's say the first few overs, first 2 rounds is what I'm trying to say.
They landed the first few overhands, that's for sure.
Oh, well played, sir. Well played. But yeah, the first few rounds here would have gone the way of the Samp Army after being inserted to bat. Remember that the Atlanta Fire won the toss. But so far, the early exchanges have been won by the Samp Army.
And again, pushed down the ground by Lahiru Malanta 4-1 to close out the power play. A power play Samp Army will find much more to their liking compared to yesterday. At the end of 6, it's 53 without loss. And Brian, we speak of how Pacers have mostly operated from the southern end going into the wind. And you have to imagine that's only because when the spinners are on, I think Sammy Aslam just doesn't want his spinners to have to deal with the batters hitting with the wind, rather have them hitting against the wind.
I think that's exactly right, and that would be the thinking by Sammy Aslam, who's a thinking captain, and that's sort of one of the easier things that he'd have to decide. If you have a 6-hitter like David White can clear any boundary, regardless of whether it's the short or the long side of the field. But if he's hitting into the wind, then that certainly restricts his ability to clear those boundaries. So that would be the thinking there. Now see Corny Dry, who bowled 1 over up top. First over of the match, went for 11 runs, so a little bit more expensive than he would like, but he's now bowling from the southern end, running into the wind, but you don't expect that he'd be driven back over his head as a big fast bowler. Doesn't ever like that to happen. So outside of the power play now, so more protection in the deep. There's a deep square leg, that's Usman Rafiq back there, and then there's a sweeper on the offside. Oh, my apologies. Left-handers on strike. So there's a deep point. So Usman Rafiq is at deep point, and then the deep square leg. And in addition, there's a long on and long off. Left-hander rather is going to be facing Corny Dry coming from over the wicket. I've said this 100 times. I think as somebody who fashioned himself as a left-handed batter, it's always more difficult to have a right-hander bowling over the wicket because that angle that's created is slanting across you, and it makes it a much more difficult shot to play if you're looking to hit aggressively either on the on or the offside.
And you can see third man's back because of the length Corny Dry is looking to bowl here into the deck. Does once again and just push down there, and it's a shot Lahidum Malanta plays often. Again, as someone who will look to hit the big shot, but just has that touch about him where he's able to just pick gaps and just push the ball around. So when he's not scoring those boundaries, the scoreboard continues to tick.
Which is what you appreciate, and it's a mark of a good batter. You don't necessarily get tied down, and you don't have Corny Dry or any other bowler just bowling consistently to you where you're not scoring big. It's always an option to just get a single, get off strike, and particularly with the left-hand, right-hand combination with David White, the batter on the other end, you certainly want to be able to have Corny Dry as the bowler having to make the adjustment with the left to right combination.
Also forces that field to adjust, and for David White, a deep third that is incredibly wide, a sweeper cover, a long on, and a deep backward square leg as well as a deep fine leg. Again into the deck, and it's pulled one bounce to that fielder out there, and it's for that shot. Again, we've seen time and time again batters look to take on the pull shot, and in the Samp Army bowling innings yesterday, we saw Dame Pete take a couple of catches out there at fine leg. So it's a shot that Corny Dry would remember Shubham Ranjane playing as well. So has that protection out there for that pull shot.
Well, if you have the pace of a Corny Dry, that is always going to be one of the things that you have in your armory. And that ability to knock that short ball in, the fact that it goes all the way to fine leg tells you the pace at which he's bowling.
Again, hits the deck. It's pulled away. Fielder coming around. I'm not sure he's going to get there. And he won't be able to save the boundary either. Give it 4 more runs for Lahidum Malanta, who's putting on a display here at Prairie View.
So that short delivery from over the wicket. Looking to see on the replay whether or not that ball was on the line of leg stump, which is what I suspected when I first saw it live. Okay, so it started on leg stump, and then with the seam movement, sort of darted toward middle and leg, but still for me that short ball needs to be over off stump, and if it's over off stump, then I think you have a better chance of getting that fielder in the deep at mid wicket into play.
This time touch Fuller, and just that little touch we talked about from Lahidum Malanta just effortlessly runs this one down very fine to third man and make it 4 more for Malanta.
Well, Nikhil Uttamchandani said it earlier that T20 is a batsman's game, and no question. Sometimes with a big fast bowler, ordinarily, you know, with the fielding restrictions the way that they are, and that third man is down on the boundary, just a little bit of an opening of the face by Lahiri Malanta and gets it fine enough that that third man would not have the ability to get over and cut that off. So really expert batting here by Malanta.
This time Fuller, and just tucked away into the leg side, and will sneak away 1 to finish off this 7th over. Another good one for the Samp Army. It's 64 without loss. And Brian, you talked about it earlier. Samp Army yesterday unable to build partnerships. Well, this partnership already building, worth 7 overs, and they're keeping these wickets in the bank. Some big hitting to come You talk about Obis Pinar, Shadley Van Skolkovic, Dane Pete can swing the willow around. Don't forget about Abiram Bolasetti, who made a knack of that for the Morsel Raptors in this past minor league season. So this is a team that, if they can just build these partnerships, they're going to have a huge platform to work with.
Oh, my goodness. So you've set yourself up to the point where now 7 overs in, no wickets have fallen, and the bowling side, the Atlanta Fire, has gone through several overs of their strike bowlers or their premier bowlers. That's the sort of setup where a team can explode towards the end of the innings. And so after this delivery, let's go through some of the potential projected scoring, because I think you'll do obviously much better than they did yesterday when they only put 110 runs on the board.
This one's pushed into the offside, and they're going to think about 2 runs, and they're going to elect not to take on the arm of the fielder at long on. And Brian, you mentioned it, strike bowlers, and Cornet Dry in each of his overs have gone for 11 runs, so it's 22 runs in 2 overs. What are the potential scores that Samp Army is looking at?
Boy, right now scoring at the rate of 9.07, that projects to 181. But bear in mind that they have not yet lost any wickets. So could they potentially go beyond that? So if they score 10 runs and over from here, they get to 193. I think that might be a little excessive in terms of what their capabilities are. But anything in that range, I think anything above 180 is going to be challenging.
This one's tucked into the leg side by David White. Again, we saw the Kingsmen yesterday. They did that, got to 180 against this very Atlanta Fire, put a lot of pressure on a batting order, and the Atlanta Fire were never able to really get themselves going in time. And again, very similar to what the Kingsmen did yesterday. Here are the Samp Army, just this platform, not losing many wickets early on. The Kingsmen, in fact, after 10 overs, had 92 runs on the board, and Samp Army are on pace for that, as we see another single ticked into the leg side.
And so you don't mind milking Emilio Ponzo for singles. If you get 6 runs and over from him, left-arm spinner, who in theory would be turning it across the right-handers. There's only one left-hander in the lineup, at least at the top of the lineup, Emilio Ponzo. But when Cornet Dry has gone for 11 and over, when Bhaskar Yadram has been relatively expensive, this is setting up, I think, for a big charge toward the end by the Samp Army.
This time a little bit slower through the air and just going to be a dot ball. But again, if you are the Atlanta Fire, you're just going to try to slow things down and just make things a little bit more challenging for the Samp Army. It's just a little too easy at the moment. And again, like you mentioned, if they get 6 runs and over off of Emilio Ponzo, I think the Samp Army will be more than happy, as there is that single and 1 delivery left that'll be bowled to Lahiru Malanta. And one thing that we've seen, really no poor shot selection so far from the Samp Army, not trying to force anything, and I think it's because they've rotated and then they found at least 1 boundary and over.
Tremendous scoring options so far, scoring very heavily throughout the power play, and then even now with the field being spread, those singles are always an option.
And they'll use it once again to finish out this 8th over, and at the end of 8, it's 69 without loss. Welcome you into this 9th over here. It looks like it's going to be Imran Khan Jr. with the ball in hand for the Atlanta Fire. And Imran Khan Jr., we saw him yesterday with the Samp Army. Wasn't able to find anything too spectacular, but it's going to be a little bit difficult to have a great day with the ball when you only have 110 to defend.
This is true. Imran Khan Jr., left arm over the wicket, bowling to the left-handed Lahiru Malanta. coverage square of the wicket deep. There's a deep backward square leg and the deep point, and then there's also long on and long off in position, in addition to a deep mid wicket.
Looking to play that big drive and just missing out on it. And we saw Imran Khan move it just a touch off of the surface yesterday, and I think he's been able to just extract a little bit there. He disappointed Lahir Malanta.
Imran Khan Jr., when he gets it right, is a decent bowler. He's nippy, not express, but certainly quicker than you might think.
That time slowed it down as it's tucked into the onside for a single.
Yeah, certainly slower through the air that time.
Imran Khan Jr., an ex-Pakistan national team player, has 2 international wickets in his 3 innings bowled for the Pakistan net T20 team. So again, looking to just make a name for himself through this combine, and now going to be bowling to David White. And White goes right back down the ground. Has he got it straight enough? A good work there in the field. Ball still trickling, but it won't get all the way to the boundary. Just be a couple of runs.
That is good work in the deep. That is Zia Shahzad out there, was able to sprint across from long on to come across and cut that off. Imran Khan Jr. Interestingly enough, David White has sort of taken a back seat to Lahir Milantha. David White now up to 28 from 22 with 4 fours.
That one might have just stayed a touch low. I think he did roll the fingers over it, but again, showing that variable bounce that's still in the wicket there, Brian.
Certainly stayed a little bit low. David White playing above that one, looking to play a cross-batted shot, targeting that gap between mid-wicket and backward square leg. There's a pretty big gap out there, but not able to get any bat on it.
This time slows it down, and David White, as he often does, look to charge Imran Khan, but can only fend it to fine leg for 1.
So he may have heard me when I said he was taking a back seat and doesn't want to take a back seat to anyone. Osman Rafiq there doing the cleanup work at short fine leg. That brings Lahir Milantha back on strike. Lahir Milantha now 41 from 29 with 6 fours and a 6. So no wickets have yet fallen, and again, the closer you get to the back end of the innings, the more aggressive you expect these 2 batters to be.
This one just pushed, and just pushed well enough to get past Imran Khan Jr. to get a single to finish off the over. And at the end of 9, it's 75 without loss. Excuse me, make that 74 without loss. With still a delivery to go here. Excuse me, it's just all over the place at the moment. And David White nearly hit it straight back to Imran Khan, who almost took it off Lahir Malantha. But it'll be a dot to close out the over. So now we can officially call it 74 without loss.
Exactly.
So a handy over there for the Atlanta Fire. Finally one that just kind of quieted things down. Just 5 runs from it. And after we saw Milapanza go for 5, Cornet Dry go for 11, they're going to take all these 5-run, 6-run overs that they can where boundaries aren't flowing.
No question. So the last 5 overs have gone for 42 runs. That's not necessarily something that you'd be upset about, but that does represent a sort of a slowing down, a deceleration of the momentum that was being experienced by the Samp Army. So the Atlanta Fire slowly in the last couple of overs have clawed their way back into this match. That over from Imran Khan going for 5 means that the overall run rate is now 8.22. That 8.22 run rate translates to a projected rate of 1, or projected score of 164. Emilio Ponzo back into the attack, bowling his 3rd over.
And again, like he often does, Lahir Malantha moves himself down the ground and picks up a single. And again, it seems like these two are more than happy to respect Emilio Ponzo, not want to throw their wicket away. Again, would have to hit into the wind. And that's why you see the long off and the long on deep for those balls that did swirl yesterday, just hang up in the air.
No question. So watch David White here. Long on is back on the boundary.
This one just tickled to fine leg, chance of a run out. Lehiro Melanto was off in a hurry. He wanted that single all the way through, just attacking that fine leg fielder, putting some pressure on. And again, you don't want to throw your wicket away here for the Samp Army. You've done a really good job developing this partnership. A run out there could have really just taken the thorn out of it.
Absolutely. David White, I think, looking to play that much square, looking to play that through mid-wicket. A thick inside edge is wide, trickled to Bhaskar Yadram, a short fine leg.
This one hit straight back to Emil Alfonso. Was that a catch opportunity? I'm not sure if it quite carried. He's done well to stop it, though. I'm sure had it gone away from him, could have been a couple of runs, but it'll just be one.
My goodness. I think just looking at it live, I think that did carry it to him. It would have been, as they say, a spectacular, a specky of a return catch. Not able to do that, but able to prevent it from getting by for more than just that one run.
There's a sweep shot. Fine leg felt well too wide to stop that one. We see him played it a couple of times against Usman Rafiq, this time against Emil Alfonso, but it's the same result for David White.
Meat and drinks for David White that provided him the leverage to be able to sweep that away, and Bhaskar Yadram is sort of at 45 degrees inside the circle at fine leg. That went just behind square on the leg side, so no risk whatsoever in that shot for David White. Races away for 4. He's now up to 34 from 26 with 5 fours. The overall score up to 81, and I'll tell you what, this is now starting to feel, especially with 10 wickets in hand, like the point where they really could start pushing toward a big total here. Milo Ponce now with only 6 or 8 deliveries remaining in his spell.
Check tucks it into the leg side and just going to get one. And again, with 7 deliveries left in the spell, you can't imagine Samp Army is going to have too much risk involved in any of these shots. They're going to look to probably take singles. If it's a bad ball, if it's a ball they feel they can hit, they will. But they've shown great respect to Emil Alfonso, and they found, I think it's because they found ability to score against the likes of Cornet, Dry and company. That time, though, Lehiro Melanto looked to take it over the top of the leg side and nearly opened up that off stump. But that'll end the 10th over with a dot ball, and at the end of 10, it's 82 for no loss.
Interesting passage of play in this first 10 overs. It's day number 2 of the MLC Champions Open. Samp Army up against the Atlanta Fire. And the Samp Army will be very happy with this start that they have. 82 in the first 10, given the way that they batted yesterday where they only made 110 runs. So much improved start for them. They have to ensure they kick on in these remaining 60 deliveries. As Peter Delapena joins me for the first time today. Good day to you, Peter.
It's a great day. There's cricket out in the middle. What could be better than that, Nikhil?
A little more heat, I reckon.
I would agree with you on that. I concur.
Yeah, very cold conditions, which is not something you're used to coming to cricket in Houston, but something that the players as well will have to contend with.
Yeah, this is not your typical cricket conditions, but it's good to have these guys tested a little bit. You can't have everything 80 degrees and sunny and perfect all the time, Nikhil.
Well, we've had 2 days of action now, Peter Delapena. What do you think was your biggest takeaway from yesterday?
Biggest takeaway is that once again, Nitish Kumar shows what a fantastic player the reverse sweep he is. And I have no doubt the scouts were taking a keen eye on his approach. The former Canada captain. Showed he's got many, many different strings to his game that he can draw upon to score effectively. And he took a fantastic catch in the field as well, as we got an injury here. Smit Patel. And the relay from the deep has just taken an awkward bounce. And
yeah, let's hope Smit Patel is okay. It would have struck him pretty hard. We know how important things are in terms of concussion protocol, etc. He seemed to get a bad blow when he was struck. So I really do hope he's okay. Tend to get that variable bounce off the surface sometimes.
Often the most dangerous part of cricket is when you've got somebody running between the wickets, or in this case a keeper without a helmet on, and it's just that element of a false sense of security where you think everything is okay and you don't need a helmet, and it's just those unexpected crazy bounces that can cause harm, or when you're not expecting it. I've seen some of the worst injuries in cricket, Nikhil, that happen to batters. It's not getting hit in the head by a bowler. It's getting hit in the head by a throw for a run out where they're diving for the stumps, and especially if they don't have a helmet on, that's where I've seen some pretty bad injuries. And the physio Ali Ricks is out having a look at Smit Patel now.
But it happened really out of the blue. Nothing was really happening. It was an easy single. Throw came in from deep cover. Just took a awkward bounce right in front of Smit Patel, who struck at the back of his head. So straight away he held the back of his head. See, he has the gloves on, so I think he may be just okay. Of course, they would have gone through concussion protocols, and it'll be something that they want to keep watching, because we know that it can go on for a while, a bit, even after the game, etc.
And that's why I would kind of like to see him come off here. Any blow to the head like that, as you said, there's always the possibility of a delayed injury reaction. He's convinced everybody he's fit to continue, so we'll trust the medical professionals on field if he says he's okay to continue. But yeah, his freak injury there, freak blow to the head.
Well, it was asking you in terms of your takeaways. You had some very good performances yesterday as well. Tajinder Singh got a 50. First 50 of the MLC Champions Open. When Mukchan saw his team home, the UMC Knight Riders, with 38. So a couple of really good, 43 correction. A couple of really good scores on day one. And a good test between bat and ball as well. Eason Adil stood out with the ball, 2 for 24 in his 4 overs. We'll be looking forward, though, those players to kick on and get some bigger contributions on day 2, day 3, and of course day 4, all coming to you within the next 3 days. There's more action today as well after this game, 2:30 p.m. The UMC Knight Riders taking on the Kingsmen, so 2 unbeaten teams facing off. Looks like Smit Patel is ready to go, so that's great news. Should be ready to get underway. Imran Khan Jr. has caused some problems so far. He's bowled well, just gone for the 9 runs.
Calvin Savage is another one who stood out yesterday. And the way he bowled and fielded off his own bowling, taking the 4 wickets that he did, and just the cleverness that he used at the death, double wicket maiden at the death.
Excellent Yorker. And it's not going to be easy bowling to David White. He's been there now for 30 deliveries, but doing well at the moment to keep him contained.
The remarkable thing for these two is It's in stark contrast to the way they performed yesterday on what was tricky wicket in the afternoon. Ball wasn't really coming onto the bat nearly as well as it is today.
Went length, and David White even into the bigger side. That is just too easy with the wind as well. The man is a known 6-hitter.
Yeah, David White showing that power, which we didn't really see yesterday. He scratched his way to 20 off 25 balls. Night and day. Here today, 5 fours, and now his first 6 moves his score to 43. And 92 for none after 11, so they're in really good position after being restricted to 110 for 9 yesterday against the UMMC Knight Riders. The Samp Army team is looking set to push for 160, 170, maybe even more the way these two are going at the moment, and they've got plenty of firepower in the middle order yet to show up today.
I think Sami Assam will be pretty happy with the job his team have done so far, especially since the power play has been completed in the last 5 overs. Only conceded 40 runs, so yes, it's 8 runs and over, but I think this surface is much better for batting today, so we could have maybe a 170, 180 again like we saw in that match number 1 yesterday, and especially with this start. You look at the power they have to come. Jacobus Pinar, then Pete got a contribution with bat as well. They've got Abiram Bolisetti for the extra batting, so definitely will be looking at minimum 160 from here. I think that would be something that's defendable. Suzus Gouda, another one, padded up to come in next.
We saw a little bit of Sujit Gowda yesterday. Brief stay. He was the one who was spectacularly caught by Calvin Savage off his own bowling. 1-4 and 1-6, 14 off 9 balls. He's had some destructive innings.
That is crisp. Very crisp from David White. Again, another maximum. If you watch this man in the minor league, he hit the most 6s. He's showing exactly what he can do in this MLC Champions Open.
That time it was more wrist work. The first 6 he hit over mid-wicket from the opposite end, that was just brute force. This time, again, using the wind. The wind has consistently been blowing to the west the first 2 days here, and he just got that one up in the air and let the wind do most of the work.
It's the 50, half century coming for David White. And wow, this innings has taken another gear, and this is what this man is capable of doing if he can get in and build a platform. 100 coming up as well for Samp Army. Much better delivery from Zia Shazad, who was very good with the ball yesterday. So far he's been met with brute force in this spell early on.
Yeah, in these conditions, it's not easy to grip the ball with the cold, biting wind here in Prairie View.
Milanta supported him well. He's gone at a healthy strike rate, just a touch under 130, which is okay when you have a man striking at above 150 in David White. But Zia Shazad was good yesterday. Just went for 19 runs in his 3 overs and picked up a wicket. Too short. That is way too short. Mammoth strike from David White. This is not a welcome sight for Atlanta Fire and Sami Assam.
David White, when he first got started in minor league cricket, he really didn't perform the way I think a lot of people expected him to, but this is the David White that was a star in the South African domestic scene. You getting a glimpse as to why he's somebody who was recruited to come here, former South Africa under-19 player, former South Africa A representative as well, 7 first-class centuries. And I think a lot of people, when they first saw him in minor league cricket, were curious as to how that resume was assembled in South Africa, because he quite honestly did not perform that well when he first was getting opportunities in minor league cricket, but he's refining that form that made him such a promising prospect in South Africa at one point in time. And he's doing it in the nick of time here. Nikhil, just a couple days before the Major League Cricket draft, March 19th at NASA Johnson Space Center, which is on the other side of Houston. We're on the northwest side of Houston. Prairie View is about an hour northwest of downtown. NASA Johnson Space Center is about 45 minutes to the southeast of downtown. So we'll be getting used to the Sam Houston tollway here this week, Nikhil.
Bhaskar Yadram back into the attack. Interesting move from Sami Aslam, because Yadram has been expensive, but he's going back to his premier seamer looking for a wicket. 2 overs for 22 runs. This challenge, Peter De La Pena, bowling into the wind. I think people underestimate just how challenging it is for seamers running from this southern end. It's been a challenge to talk to some of the bowlers that have done it yesterday. They mentioned how much of an added degree of difficulty it is. Short again. They've been way too short to him. Matthew Trump makes a good effort out in the deep, but not good enough. And this is a demonstrative piece of batting in the last couple of overs from David White.
Oh, it's been signaled as 4. I think on the replay from the live shot, I thought it cleared the rope. Been given his 4 runs. See here if we can get a look on the replay. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to, but I thought from the angle here it crossed the rope on the fly. And Matthew Trump tried his best to recover, but I got to say he took a really bad first step. He went to his right initially, and the ball was always going to his left, and that first step is what cost him potentially an opportunity to get hands on the ball to at least keep it in play and potentially even have a catching opportunity to that one. And when you've got the score at 112 for none in the 13th over, you need to take every opportunity you can get, Nikhil. So Matthew Trump on as a subfielder. Corey Anderson came off a little while ago to get a little bit of treatment. And Trump, teenager here, originally from South Africa, but him and his twin brother have been based in Texas now for a little over a year. And it was an opportunity missed for him.
Using his feet. Sometimes when it's going your way, it just goes your way. Doesn't matter how they're coming at this stage for David White. More runs. Second boundary of the over.
And it just shows why it's David White's day here. Not a bad ball. Bhaskar Yadram going for the wide Yorker. And that one just a cue shot off the toe of the bat through third man. You were talking about the physical toll that running into the wind for the bowlers has taken. I think, again, it's not so much the speed that's taken off the ball trying to bowl through the wind. It's the physical tax that comes on the body when you're trying to run 20, 25 yards through the wind, especially when you have somebody who's as big as Bhaskar Yadram or Corne Dry are. These are not guys who are 5'10", 160. They're big units. So all that energy that takes to run into the wind the way they have, you said it, Nikhil, it's not easy.
It's been a good comeback from Yadram since he's changed his angle and gone over the wicket. But if he misses his length slightly, there's a huge gap through extra cover that David White will be looking to hit to into the smaller side as well. So Yadram has to close out this last delivery and has to be very precise with that line and length. And goes to full. David White, majestic use of the feet, and places it so well in that point region. And it's 3 boundaries from the over, and the runs are flowing for Samp Army. 120 for none after 13.
Again, this wasn't really a bad ball. Almost carbon copy to the previous boundary. Goes for the wide Yorker. Got it very wide, outside the guideline even. Probably would have been called wide if David White hadn't got bad on it. And again, it's just toe jammed out through backward point. And timed well enough off the Q end of the bat. Gets to the boundary.
A lot of work to be done for the Atlanta Fire. You don't want to lose 2 games consecutively in this tournament. You're more than likely out of contention of making that final on Thursday. So it's a basically must-win game for both of these teams. This is interesting. Zia Shazad, first over, went for 15 runs. He's being brought back into the attack. Don't think Malanta will mind too much ball spinning away from him as a left-hander into the much smaller side. Does have 2 deep, 3 deep really on the onside lawn. Man in almost a cow corner position and a deep backward square. Starts very full, and it'll be 50 for Lahir Malanta. Should come back for 2. Didn't get going yesterday, but a much more convincing performance from him. Coming in the similar 30 deliveries as well. So he's, 40 deliveries. So he's supported this partnership well. Probably played or sat in the passenger seat, but sometimes that's necessary.
He's provided a good foil for David White. Very different stylistically, and just about as effective.
Sammy will have some thinking to do. He could go back to the corner and drive for 2 overs, but he's been expensive. Rafiq has only bowled 2, only conceded 15 runs as well. Imran Khan Jr. probably will bowl his 2 at the back end of the innings. And a lot of batting to come for Samp Army, so they can really look to accelerate. They've both got to half centuries, both been impressive. They can look to accelerate and push for even 200 at this stage, going at just around 9 runs and over.
Yeah, the longer they have at the crease, wickets in hand at the end, there's no reason why they can't push for 200 from here. And with the wind blowing strongly out to the west boundary, if you get a, depending on which batter is at which end, you can use that to your advantage.
Delicate, very delicate from David White, and it's a very fast outfield. It will run away. This has been some innings from the South African.
Well, we've seen the brute force, and now we're seeing the elegant touch, the finesse game from David White. Again, this is what all these T20 franchise scouts love to see. You've got representatives from the 6 teams here, and they like that versatility. Showing that you can adapt to conditions.
The finger goes up. This is a very full delivery. David White came a long way across as well. And finally, Zia Shazad gets the breakthrough for this Atlanta Fire team.
Well, he was just trying to paddle this because fine leg is up in the ring. He just wanted to tickle it, and if he got it past fine leg, it was going to be 4. But we'll have a look at the replay here and see how far across his stumps he got. And you can see leg stump, and you can see part of middle stump too on that replay. So with those 1.5 stumps showing, you can understand why Rushain Samuels raised the finger here, because that hit him basically in front of middle, and if leg stump is showing there, it's not going to look good if you're a batter. So even though David White is a little bit unhappy with that, I think he just lost his bearings in terms of where he was in front of the stumps. And if he sees a replay of that, I don't think he'll be too unhappy with the decision.
The thing is, though, that camera's slightly to the right, so that's something to bear in mind. But he did come a long way across. And as you said, you saw even a piece of middle stump from that angle, which tells you he's probably going on to hit the stumps. You know the advent of umpire's call now, Peter Delapene. I'm pretty sure David White may have referred that if he had the option. Something that we're working on. We'll get there soon, having the DRS system in place.
Cody Chetty, who we did not see yesterday, comes out to the middle now. Another former South Africa junior representative. He's based out in Los Angeles now.
Yeah, has some work to do as well. We'll want to get the innings, his innings going straight away and keep the momentum up. Not a bad over from Zia Shazad. Takes the wicket, just concedes the 8 runs. 128 for 1. And you can see the difference. Brian Walters mentioned it earlier. Partnerships yesterday, they just lost wickets at regular intervals. Samp Army only got to 110. Even though it was probably a bit tough of a surface to bat on. Still, I think application, they wouldn't have been happy with the way they went about things. Much better performance from their openers to start.
And this is interesting. We're going to see Usman Rafiq switch ends. He bowled his earlier spell today, and I believe he bowled all of his overs yesterday from the forest end, if you want to call it that. And now he's coming on at the highway end. The Route 290 end. That's the route that goes from here to... So impressive. Just showed how strong he is to be able to power the ball through the wind to that side.
Down the trap, but there is that long off in place. Fire have to find a way, I think. 9 runs and over. Minimum 180 from here, Samp Army will be thinking. Surprised that they've sent Shetty ahead of someone like a Sujit Gowda, who can accelerate. They have Marty Kane, Jacobus Pinar, but of course, getting some extra bounce. That one really rose off of a fullish length.
I think, again, part of it has to do with the fact that these teams aren't going for out-and-out win necessarily. There's an element of rotation to make sure everybody gets an opportunity to be evaluated in front of these scouts.
Just over Corey Anderson's head. And no ball signaled as well, so it's going to be a free hit. And just when you thought the Fire were beginning to regain control of proceedings, free hit delivery and a good way for Cody Shetty to get his innings going.
Yeah, just width there. That's what he was attacking. Length wasn't necessarily full enough for that shot. He was trying to hit it on the up, but when you've got that width and no protection on the boundary, why not go for it? And it pays off. And the no ball as well is going to result in that free hit to come for Cody Chetty.
Goes a wide. Trying to just hide that ball outside that off stump. Force Shetty to hit square, which is a bold call because he only has the one fielder square on the offside deep. Has to get it right, and he's going to look to come around the wicket now. Usman Rafiq. Still a free hit delivery. Just past extra cover, and that will be another boundary. Rafiq will be disappointed. Sami Aslam, I think, by his standards, would have thought he should have stopped it. But the timing of Shetty good on this occasion.
He just pierced the gap. Wasn't an awful lot of space there, but he found it. Again, similar area, similar result. The cover fielder had no chance.
What a knot this is turning out to be. What an innings for Samp Army.
Sami Aslam, the magnets aren't quite working on his jersey right now. The ball is following him, but not following him close enough where he can get a hand to it. Twice. It's gone past him, once to the right and once to the left. Surgical precision from Cody Chetty.
Run-out opportunity gets there in the end. Very quick. Lahir Malanta, even after spending 43 deliveries at the crease, ends the 15th over, 145 for 1.
Well, here we go. Last 5 overs of this third match of the MLC Champions Open. Om Patel replacing Nikhil Uttamachandi in the box, joining Peter Della Penna. And Peter, after seeing the batting display yesterday from Samp Army, they've completely turned it around already at 145 with 5 overs to go. And they could be looking at a score upwards of 200 here.
What I've really liked, Aman, is how well they've utilized the wind. Been very clever where they've been picking off their scoring options. And it also shows the advantage of having left-right combination at the crease, because you're always going to have somebody who's got the wind to their advantage, no matter who's blowing from which end. And the pressure that they're putting on the field is creating more runs one way or another, this time through overthrows. This one hits the stumps and ricochets away.
Zia Shahzad comes into the attack, so continuing with the spinner. And again, we saw it there, direct hit well in his crease was Cody Shetty, and able to get him back on to strike. And then Cody Shetty, first signs of him in this Champions Open, and he's come out in a hurry, 17 off 8 already. And again, pushes it through that cover region for 1. And again, it's about these partnerships. You heard Nick Hill and Brian talk about it earlier. Building these partnerships, something that Samp Army struggled to do yesterday. Just lost wickets in a hurry and in bunches. Today, David White, Lahir Malanta having a partnership that lasts about 120 odd. And these two out there in the middle continuing to pour on the runs. And for Sami Aslam, you got to start wondering, when do you go back to Cornet Dry, who was expensive in his 2 overs? When do we see pace being brought back? Does the Bhaskar Yadram get another? Or does he just carry on with spin? Does he try to use some other spinners? Still has an over left from Emilio Alponzo if he elects to use it. 2 overs from Cornet Dry still in his back pocket. Bhaskar Yadram has 1 to go. So plenty of bowling options for Sami Aslam. Just where does he want to go with it? Cody Shetty pushes this one straight to the cover fielder. This time no run on offer. Peter, do you think he continues with the spin here, or do you think they're going to try a Cornet Dry, a Bhaskar Yadram, and Imran Khan Jr.?
Oh, if they're going by the standard playbook, you'd fully expect Cornet Dry and Imran Khan Jr. to come back at the death. If you adhere to the traditional script, the traditional death bowling manual. The other thing to consider, too, is when Cornet Dry was bowling earlier, it was overcast and extremely cold.
As Malanta gets this one into the leg side.
Now it's sunny and not quite as cold. It's still cold. It's just a different degree of cold. But even that subtle difference can make a difference in terms of comfort when running in for a fast bowler.
Well, we'll see where he goes as the 16th over came to a close. 151 for 1. And it is going to be pace. It's going to be the lefty. It's going to be Imran Khan Jr., who's been good. 2 overs, 15 runs. one of your least expensive bowlers next to Amila Ponzo, your least expensive pacer by far. And Imran Khan, he's shown the ability to use cutters and nippy off the wicket. A little bit quicker than you might think. The ex-Pakistan national team player. Again, featured in 3 T20s for his country. Oh, look at this innovation from Lido Malanta. How about that, Peter Della Penna? I know that's a shot you're going to enjoy. Scoop it over for 4.
Well, if I had my cowboy hat on right now, I'd be tipping it to Lahira Malanta. I've got my beanie on instead. It's cold, but this is red hot batting from Malanta. This is what you love to see in T20 cricket. Not quite where he intended. He was trying to get it over fine leg, but they all count. I'm on.
Runs are runs indeed, and again, was the outer half of the bat, but used the pace of Imran Khan, put his own power underneath it. This time advances and pushes it down. They're thinking about 2. I think they're just going to settle for the 1. Yeah, Bhaskar Yadram making great strides in from long off. Excuse me, long on for the left-hander. But now we're going to get to see Cody Shetty. And again, Lahira Malanta was more than willing to use his feet. We saw him use all of his crease there. We'll see if Cody Shetty takes the same approach. With still plenty of big bats in the dugout. Obis Pinar, Sujit Gowda, Abhiram Bolasetti, who can come in at the end. Dane Pete. That time slowed it down and well adjusted in the end. It looked like Cody Shetty was going to take a big heave into the leg side, but picked the slower one and just pushes it into the offside for 1.
I always love seeing Cody Shetty bat because he wears that Dolphins helmet where you've got a dolphin wearing pads and somehow holding a bat. I had no idea until I met Cody Shetty that a dolphin had legs that he could put pads on, and that the dolphin flippers had opposable thumbs to be able to grip a cricket bat.
Well, anyone can be a cricketer, Peter, and I think the dolphin just wanted to be a cricketer as well. And again, we'll see what names and mascots are being chosen for Major League Cricket as this one's pushed down the ground. And he's gotten it straight enough. How about that? It looked like off the bat it could have been stopped, but in the end bisected the fielder, perfectly placed, as straight as you like. 4 runs for Lahira Malanta.
Oh, this for me is one of the shots of the day just because of how well placed it was. Perfectly bisecting long on and long off. And for those of you wondering what on earth are we talking about, Dolphins is the South African franchise that Cody Shetty played for before migrating to the USA.
This one's pulled it straight up into the air, long on, not going to get to it. Must be 1.
Bhaskar Yadram, come on now. The scouts are watching. They want to see a little bit more effort than that.
Well, Lahira Malanta, he'll survive, and he'll retain strike into the next over. 17 overs gone, 162 for 1.
That was in the air for an awful long time. I think if you saw some other fielder out there, you might have seen a catching opportunity. I think if it was a little bit warmer, you might have seen him charge in a little bit quicker for that one too. Cut him some slack because it is so cold, but makes it a little bit harder on the joints on a day like this. Got to get the Bengay out.
On a day like this, it's been chilly, it's been windy, and Cornet Dry, who started at the southern end instead, now he's going to finish it at the northern end. Bowled really well from this side of the ground yesterday. Only gave up 9 runs in his first 2 overs. That was within the power play. Looked spectacular. Was interested to see why he elected to bowl from the southern end to start today's play, but he'll finish at the northern end. You have to imagine he's going to bowl this 18th and 20th over. Excuse me, the 18th and 20th over, and Lahira Malanta, he's taking advantage of pace. The fielder's in the deep point, deep third man. And Lahira Malanta Again, uses the innovation and adjusted to it well as Cornet Dry went to that Yorker outside the off stump and was able just to tickle it down a third man for one.
I think they were ready for that shot, too, because they switched the fielders. So Bhaskar Yadram had been fielding that position of the field. Obviously, it was long off, long on in the previous over, but it's the same geographic area of the field. Now with the bowler switching ends at deep third man, they put Corey Anderson out there because they wanted a better fielder out there in case he did get under it enough for it to carry for a chance. And this time, it just skids along the turf for one.
This time it's Shetty with the innovation and it's over the top of Anderson's head, who has just moved inside the circle at fine leg, and he'll find 4 runs. More innovation here for Samp Army.
Again, this is what I've liked all innings, whether it's been David White, Cody Chetty, Lahira Malanta, is just the recognition of the field, the manipulation of the field. He knows Corey Anderson has just come into the ring at fine leg, so all he has to do is just get a teeny bit of elevation, and it's an automatic boundary, and it results in more manipulation of the field. Now, Corey Anderson is going back to the rope at fine leg after that boundary. You can see that vacant area. That's where Corey Anderson was just moments ago inside the ring.
This time it's full as a full toss, and how about this? Lahira Malanta has his hands on his head because he can't quite believe how many air miles this ball has got. It's well over the 10s at fine leg for 6.
It's got platinum status, medallion status, pick your airline. Aman, what a shot that was. And again, just the cleverness, knowing he's got the wind in that direction. All you have to do is get under it a teeny bit, and the wind does the rest of the work for you. It's one of those deliveries that if you're flying one way, Aman, it's a 7-hour flight, and if you fly the other way with the trade winds going the opposite way, that flight turns into a 5.5-hour flight. That's what we're seeing here with Chetty and Malanta knowing which way the wind is going to help them out.
Expensive over already for Cornet Dry. A little bit better that time. Just going to come off of that thigh pad and ends up being one, maybe a bit of bat involved. No, it will be just off the thigh pad, but it will be runs nonetheless. And again, 12 runs from the first 4 deliveries here as Samp Army are making their way towards that 200 mark. We've seen some good innovation. Cornet Dry missed the Yorker on that last delivery. That's what led to the low full toss. But again, it's been all about the batting display from Samp Army so far.
I said yesterday they looked like a medium-sized militia. Today they've got everybody lockstep, marching in rhythm.
Oh, more innovation. This time it's fine leg inside the circle, and it's Lahira Malanta. We'll wait for the signal from the umpire. I think it's a 1 bounce 4. But my goodness, they're just pouring it on now, or Samp Army.
Yeah, this is the true Army we're seeing today for sure. And this is true brilliance from Lahira Malanta. I've seen this a number of times, attempting it. This time he gets it exactly where he wanted it to go. Over fine leg, and it just bounced short of the rope. But Malanta, again, this is the type of innings showcasing all the shots in his arsenal. He's just as skilled with the rifle as he is with the pistol and the revolver and the bazooka.
Showing off all the options. The highest score for the Morsel Raptors in last year's minor league. And it's shots like this, even with fine leg back there, he'll still play it, and he thought he could just get it wide enough. But we'll only find it. He'll retain strike for the next over. A good over this from Samp Army. 18 overs gone, 179 for 1. Malanta batting at a strike rate of 134, and again, I can't recall the last time he's played a shot in front of square now. He's played everything behind square, looking to paddle things over the top and show off, like you said, his wide range of shots. And it's something I'm sure scouts will be looking at, batting in different situations and different periods of the game situations. And he's showing he can bat in different situations. But Imran Khan Jr. is going to try to showcase his ability to bowl in the death. Gave up 2 boundaries in the 17th, and after an expensive one from Cornet Dry, he's going to need a quiet one. Again, Atlanta Fire failed to chase 182 yesterday. It's going to be something similar today. This one hits straight back down the ground. It's going to bisect the fielders again. No, it'll just hold up. This time the aerial around the ball just stopped after it hit the ground enough to allow Long On to get there.
And curiously, they only ran one.
I think Lehiro Malanta thought it was already gone for 4. I thought he was sure of it. I think he thought he placed it well enough, but it was not meant to be.
They should have definitely got 2 off that. And if you're Malanta, yeah, you want to keep as much of the strike as possible. Now this is something else. We've got Chetty on the jersey, bowling to Chetty.
Well, there you go, inside edge, and Chetty will get a single, and thought about the double, but I think Lehiro Malanta is going to be looking to retain most of the strike from here on out.
Those graphics on screen are not fake news. That is Imran Khan Jr. bowling, even though he's wearing a Cody Chetty jersey. Bowling to Cody Chetty.
All happening here at Prairie View, and Lehiro Malanta charging his way towards what would be the first century in the MLC Champions Open. Okay, just assessing where the fielders are. They've been so good at knowing where the gaps are. Does it again, does it one more time indeed, and that's going to race away for 4 more. You see him get into position early. Imran Khan tried to go Yorker, but all Malanta had to do was get her over the top of third man. He did so with much ease.
And I know Aman Patel is a Britney Spears fan, going for the one more time. Hit me, baby. Lehiro Malanta for the boundary.
We might need to ask Lehiro Malanta what the pump-up song was before today's innings, because he might need to listen to it more often. This time picks the slower one and just going to find one out to Long On.
Good slower ball. Good adjustment from Imran Khan Jr. And it's also the bowlers. You want to see how they adjust as well here. It's been so much focus on Cody Chetty, David White, and Lehiro Malanta in this innings, but it's not just about the variations and the different types of tricks that the batters can do. Imran Khan Jr. showing he's got a decent slower ball at the death.
And this one deceives Cody Chetty completely. Might have stayed a bit low as well. And it's a much valued dot ball. The first dot ball since, ironically, Imran Khan's 17th over.
And again, these are the subtle things that the scouts are going to be looking for. The scorecard might show 186 for 1. If you're bowling at the death here and you can demonstrate you can execute a good slower ball, good wide Yorker, good slower bouncer.
Well, this one's over the top of cover, and fielder's not going to get there. It's going to be 4 more. That one just put in the slot, given the width, given the license, and Cody Chetty not going to miss out to close out that 19th over.
Oh, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. I know you don't want to become too predictable, but Cody Chetty was having trouble with that slower ball, and instead Imran Khan Jr. goes pace on, and Cody Chetty goes pace over the boundary at extra cover. So he ends his spell none for 37, 4 overs. And 200 is still on.
It's more than attainable here. 10 runs remaining to get there with 6 deliveries to go. Looks like Bhaskar Yadram is going to bowl the final over. He's been expensive as well.
Yeah, none for 35 in his 3 overs. They had some options here. Kone Dry had an over left, none for 38. Emil Alponzo, none for 18. Usman Rafiq, none for 32. It's basically pick your poison at this stage. Zia Shahzad, the only wicket taker, 1 for 29. Everybody has gone for at least 9 and over, barring Emil Alponzo. He got an extended spell yesterday, so you can understand why they're potentially not bowling him out today. Try and give some other guys an opportunity to showcase what they can do. Usman Rafiq in particular didn't get the bowl at all yesterday. So again, there's an element of rotation and trying to give guys an opportunity during these matches where you've got all the scouts on display here, linked with IPL franchises to the MLC franchises here in Prairie View, Texas.
And we'll see what the plan is for Bhaskar Yadram again. You want to go into the break with some momentum if you are the Atlanta Fire. Yes, you're going to be chasing a score upwards of 190, but if you can get in with a quiet over here, interestingly enough, both third man and fine leg inside the circle. Rather surprising with the way Lehito Malanta has been going about his business in the previous couple overs, maybe suggesting he is going to be back of a length. If you were to bowl full with this field, with the way Malanta's playing, I think it'd probably be a poor delivery there, Peter.
I agree with you. You got fine leg third man up in the ring, like you said. All he has to do is shuffle across and scoop it over either side.
Goes well back of a length. It's a slower bouncer. It's just going to go over the top of backward point, and Malanta looked very surprised. It looked like he was almost through the shot twice before it ever got to him.
It was a good idea from Yadram, and well executed as well. It just didn't go to hand. It was in the air for an awful long time. Backward point and the cover sweeper were both in play, but just lands in between both of them.
Cody Shetty on strike, and again, the plan seems to be somewhat similar. Third man is back, and maybe that is for just that uppercut that could come out, but I think you're going to expect to see a lot more back of a length, and going to dare Shetty to play in front of square. That does go full, and it's in that cover region. No fielder there. Too wide there and too easy for Cody Shetty as they pour it on.
Well, this has been really impressive from both of these guys. Very different stylistically. Cody Shetty, a lot more orthodox with his stroke play, but he's been very, very effective. And there's a huge gap between deep third man and that wide cover sweeper. Now they've tried to plug it. They've put an extra boundary rider at deep backward point, and they're going to bring third man into the ring. So a slight change in the field. They've got those two fielders, as well as a long off, a long on, and a deep mid wicket for the 5 boundary riders. So third man, fine leg up in the ring, and they've got kind of a backward square leg up in the ring too. Very interesting field. You rarely see 2 fielders inside the ring behind square on the leg side at this stage.
Well, he goes well outside the off stump, and they're going to get that single away. So those fielders would not have come into play.
When's the last time you saw a short fine leg and a short backward square leg at this stage of any match?
Peter, I don't know if I'm old enough to remember one. You know, I can't recall seeing one. I'm sure you could probably pick out one in your head with your vast experience covering cricket across the world.
I've seen a silly point more often than I've seen a short fine leg and a short backward square leg in the ring in a T20 match. At this stage of the match, anyway, I know that much.
This one's going to be wide. Malanta loses his bat on the way through. Not interested in a run, but you see how hard he was just trying to swing to get that one over the top of fine leg inside the ring.
I think if he hadn't dropped his bat, they would have taken a bye there, or a second wide, as Cody Shetty was alert to a run. Wasn't fielded cleanly by Smit Patel behind the stumps down the leg side, and you can see Cody Shetty, he's thinking of a run all the way there. He wants it, and instead, because the bat fell out of the hands of Malanta, no run taken.
This one's going to be a beamer, and it's going to be a no ball. Malanta lucky to get out the way. You can see Bhaskar Yadav saying straight away, my bad.
And also, again, Cody Shetty was desperate to get on strike for that. He said, Lahiro, get up off the ground. I want the free hit. Come on, partner.
Well, it will be Malanta facing the free hit. And, again, more extras here. I think Bhaskar Yadav was going to look to go for the Yorker and just completely missed it. And look how close that was to the helmet of Lehito Malanta. Lucky to get down and away, and did knock over his bails with his bat, but it is a no ball.
Kicked, yeah, on a different day that'd be hit wicket, but the no ball over waist height, overhead height, one way or the other, it's a no ball. And again, for anybody who's confused out there watching, that is 100% Cody Shetty batting. He's got the helmet on, the Dolphins helmet, even though he's wearing Cameron Steele's jersey. These guys are doing their best to try and confuse everybody at home. We had Cody Chetty batting against Imran Khan Jr. wearing a Cody Chetty jersey.
Well, the free hit's a slower bouncer. It's taken into the leg side. Will it beat the fielder? It won't, and it'll just be one. So the slower bouncer only gets a single again. And Lahiro Malanta, again, kind of frustrated. He wasn't able to find a boundary off of it.
And now Cody Chetty will finally come back on strike. 2 balls to go. And Samp Army 1 short of marching past that 200 mark.
Packed offside field here. Slower ball is picked up into the offside. Will this be a catch? It will be. Subdue celebration, as you can imagine, from the Atlanta Fire. Lahiro Malanta is going to give Cody Chetty a pat on the back. But a much-needed dot ball here for the Atlanta Fire, and maybe just teasing Samp Army, keeping them under 199, keeping them under 200.
I believe that was Emil Aponso out there taking that catch. Sharp work, and again, when you're hitting to that side of the ground, you're hitting into the wind. So that time, the ball hung up in the air, held up in the wind, gave Emil Aponso an opportunity to charge in and take a really athletic sliding catch. Good technique. And it will mean Sujit Gowda is going to face the last ball with that Dallas Mustangs helmet. You know, you can count on the guys based on their helmets. Don't pay attention to the jersey because they're wearing anything they feel like walking out to the middle. That's definitely Sujit Gowda with a Dallas Mustangs helmet on. I know that much.
Well, final delivery. It's hit down the ground, and it's just going to be one to close out the inning. So the 200 comes up from Samp Army. They get there, and it's been an absolutely magnificent one for Samp Army. Lahiro Malanta, David White, they poured on from the beginning, and they never let up on the Atlanta Fire.
Well, we had Dolphins on one helmet. We had Mustangs on another helmet. Samp Army, though, these guys reminded me of Hannibal marching with the elephants across Europe, stomping their way through this bowling lineup of the Atlanta Fire to get to 200. Just an imperious batting display, spearheaded by David White. He was the aggressor through much of the innings. And when he finally got out, that's when Lahiro Malanta took over. But David White was really the standout in my mind. 9 4s and 3 6s in his 72 off 41. And Malanta, 79 out of 59 with 10 4s and a 6. And you can see it was not easy for the Atlanta Fire bowling unit. Just the 2 wicket takers, Yadrim in the last over and Zia Shazad getting David White LBW. But otherwise, everybody, barring Emil Aponso, took a heavy dose of punishment from the Samp Army batting unit. And based on what we saw yesterday, this is going to be a mighty, mighty difficult task for anybody to chase a 200 total on this wicket.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one, but the Atlanta Fire, they definitely have the firepower to do so, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back in just a short while to give you the second innings. Hello and welcome back to this MLC Champions Open match number 3 against the Atlanta Fire and Samp Army. We're headed into the second innings where the Atlanta Fire, they're going to need 201 to find themselves over the line and avoid being taken out of contention for the playoff matches that will happen. Again, both these teams losing yesterday makes this match a must-win if they want to get to the final stage of this MLC Champions Open. And Sami Aslam and Mukhtar Ahmed are going to start things off, and it's going to be Dane Pete, the ex-South African. A couple of tests under his belt. He's going to start with ball in hand, and be Mukhtar Ahmed to face the first delivery. Same opening pair for the Atlanta Fire that they had yesterday, and they'll start off with a single out to point. Sam Patel here joined by Peter Della Penna. Peter, we saw in the Samp Army innings, it was a partnership early on, not losing wickets, that allowed Samp Army that huge platform. What's the key here for the Atlanta Fire when chasing a mammoth total?
Just to get a good start more than anything. And we've seen throughout these couple days, once you get in, you can profit big time, but some guys have just had a hard time getting in the first place. And
well, there you go, getting in. This one swept straight away from Sami Aslam. No one out in the deep on that side of the ground. It's going to be a quick 4 in the first boundary for the Atlanta Fire.
Two straight from Dane Pete. And when you get it on the legs or outside leg stump, that opens up that sweep shot option, even if the ball is turning away from you. And it sparked a change in the field. They put David White out a deep backward square leg, no after that sweep shot, and brought Long off into the ring.
Well, the reverse sweep tried to come out there from Sami Aslam early, so he's going to use all the shots and take advantage of a wide third man inside the ring. And you mentioned the two fielders in the deep, a deep mid-wicket, more of a cow corner, and a deep backward square. As this one's just pushed into the offside. He's found the gap in the infield. Should be at least a couple of runs. It'll be a little relay from Abhiram Bolasetti into Lahira Malanta to keep it to 2.
Yeah. He's out there with Ali Khan on that offside. Bolasetti at backward point and Ali Khan at short third. And now they've put another short third man in place, so they've got almost 3 fielders behind the square on the offside.
This one much closer to stumps, well too close to cut.
And you can see why they've got those fielders there, that packed ring. And Sami Aslam, he's being quite stubborn, Aman. He's determined to try and pierce that gap no matter how many fielders they've got there.
Well, it's just the length Pete is bowling at the moment. This time much fuller. Not going to find any of the stumps, but consecutive dot balls to end that first over. At the end of 1, it's 7 without loss. And interestingly enough, Peter, it's quite the opposite way the Atlanta Fire started their bowling innings, where they had pace from the southern end and they used spinners from the northern end. Weather conditions touch different, wind no longer pushing as heavily, sun out, not as many clouds in the sky, and they've elected to go spin from the southern end, and it looks like they are going to go pace from the northern end.
And it's going to be Ali Khan, who bowled the first over of the chase from the same end yesterday. And instead it's going to be the second over, but he's bowling from the same end. Ali Khan, who leaked a few boundaries in his 2 overs yesterday. None for 18 is what he finished with when Samp Army were unable to defend a very, very low total. In that match against UMC Knight Riders, they only made 110 in the first innings, so the bowlers didn't really have much to work with. Much different scenario here, and Ali Khan Nearly strikes first ball. Then inside edge goes to the fine leg rope. So he's still leaking some boundaries like he did yesterday, but sniffing closer to getting a wicket that time.
Yeah, won't mind that, Ali Khan. That one just came through Mukhtar Ahmed, who was just trying to defend it away. Just nips back in on him. And thin inside edge, just evades fine leg inside the ring. But a 4 to start, so it's runs nonetheless for the Atlanta Fire. They'll take him any way they get him. Getting 201 runs to avoid really being eliminated in this Champions Open. This time it's short and it's pulled and it's going to be all the way. There was a fielder there, a deep backward square, but it would have been a 10-foot tall one as that one was sent over the rope.
This is the issue. If you're getting too straight bowling from that end, all the batters have to do is just shuffle just the teeniest bit inside the line and just flick it, and it's going to get into the wind. That's just too straight. He's got to be bowling on a 5th, 6th stump line, really, at a minimum, to make sure that the batters are hitting into the wind and limit the damage.
2 boundaries to start off for Ali Khan.
That's much better. Nothing wrong with that.
That one you saw some movement off of the wicket, and again from Mukhtar Ahmed. No need to really play at that one. Already got the runs for the over. You think about it like that. So damage done in those first 2 deliveries, and again, but that, as you said, Peter, is where you want to be if you are Ali Khan. That 4th, 5th stump line and let the ball move away from there. This one sent over the top of the offside. No fielders out there. Going to take a couple of bounces and trek over the rope. A 3rd boundary. 4 more for Mukhtar Ahmed.
And Ali Khan showing he's still got a bit of rust to shake off. Again, this is his first high-profile opportunity, basically, on home soil, you could argue, since suffering that broken arm last year. He did play some matches in the ILT 20 for Abu Dhabi Knight Riders.
And again, just got 2 full there. Did Ali Khan, as you mentioned, just shaking off that rust. Someone who does like to go for the Yorker, and sometimes when things aren't going right, he just tries to force the issue. He needs to find that hard length and does it that time. You can see it jump up and stopped at first slip, but that's the length there. Just jumps up there on Mukhtar Ahmed.
Yeah, that's what USA fans are used to seeing, the intimidation from Ali Khan. Getting that extra bounce. It'd be interesting to see where he goes in the draft, because so many times when he's been snapped up in overseas leagues, he's one of the last players picked because he's an overseas player coming from an associate country and he goes for a low dollar value. Here, he's going to be a premium pick, being a domestic option, the classification. And that'll affect his value in this league, and it'll affect where he goes. Instead of being one of the last players picked as an overseas option, he's going to be one of the first players picked, more than likely, in terms of the draft coming up on Sunday, March 19th.
Going to be exciting to see those draft boards and see how the whole process works. Again, a hard length, and look at that shot. Maybe the best shot we've seen all day long. Picked the length early and helps it over the leg side. That's the 2nd 6 and the 4th boundary of the over. An expensive one. It's 27 without loss.
Mukhtar Ahmed, he's saying, if Ali Khan's expected to go high in the draft, where do you want me to go? Picking him off for 20 runs in this over, including a massive 6 to end the frame. And he's making a statement for himself. And again, that's one of the things he uses, a measuring stick. If Ali Khan is the gold standard of USA domestic bowlers, well, Mukhtar Ahmed is saying, have a look at me. He's making a case for himself in terms of where he wants to get selected in the draft as well.
As you mentioned, it's about how do you perform against the best competition. That's why this Champions Open exists. It presents itself as a combine to see where all these players stand amongst the rest for these scouts. And if you can take on the best players, you're going to move up draft boards. And speaking of best players and valuable players, Funny Samadri's into the attack early today. Going to bowl on the side, the power play. The leading wicket taker in the 2022 minor league season. Also the MVP of that 2022 minor league season for the champion Seattle Thunderbolts. And he'll be asked to take a wicket early on here.
Again, we saw this yesterday where he started off his spell with the keeper back and he bowled pace on most of the time. But when the keeper comes up to the stumps, that's when he starts to unfurl all of his cutters and slower balls.
Again, showing off the range, as you mentioned, and I think it makes sense in the power play. With not many fielders out in the deep. They do have a fielder out in the leg side, a deep mid-wicket, and a deep third. They're just saying keep the pace on. Don't give him a license to hit. Once the field spreads out, I think that's when you'll see him and the keeper come up and him start to use all the variations. Well, that one was a variation, and just, again, sometimes that slinging action just gets a little bit tough to control. Ends up being an extra.
Yeah, I think it's interesting about him compared to, say, Cornet Dry or Bhaskar Yadrin. Nikhil was talking about how tough it is running into the wind and the physical toll. Well, Fani Samadri's got a much, much shorter run-up, so he's not.
So this one's pushed into the leg side for no run.
As Marty Kane makes an appearance. And, yeah, Fani Samadri's not getting that physical wear and tear in terms of having to exert himself as much compared to Cornet Dry or Bhaskar Yadrin, where with a much longer run-up and obviously a much bigger physical frame that they've got to carry around.
This one, Fuller, clipped into the leg side away from Marty Kane, who puts out a diving effort.
Marty Kane, I'm convinced, he must have been the kid at kindergarten who was always in the sandbox with mud all over his face and just enjoyed throwing his body around, getting as dirty as possible. You'll never see Marty Kane walk off the field with less than 10 grass stains on his jersey. He loves to show how hard he's working. He's rubbing the elbows now. He's a hard worker.
He's an effort player for sure, and you always want to have a couple of guys like that on your side who's just going to give you everything they have anytime they step out there, and also very handy with the bat and ball, and it's been good for the San Diego Surf Riders in minor league cricket. This one's lifted over the top, and it's going to be another 4. Mukhtar Ahmed, he's just pouring it on early, already moves well into the 20s.
And I tell you what's been so impressive about this, Aman, is this has really been orthodox stroke play. He's not done anything fancy. High elbow finish, straight out of the MCC manual. It's 25 off 8, strike rate over 300. Basically just playing orthodox shots. He's not had to stretch himself beyond what the bowlers have offered him to do anything overly creative or dynamic. He's just given what they're offering.
This time slowed it down, but ends up being a wide as well. Just trying to do something a little bit different there. Funny,
and you do see that. He's doing everything orthodox. Now the onus is on the bowlers to try and do something unorthodox to disrupt his rhythm. And you can see who's in control here, who's dictating the terms of play. It's Mukhtar Ahmed.
This one a low full toss, just pushed into the onside. Quick single taken. They get it in the end. Good throw there. But again, Mukhtar Ahmed, he's just shown the intent, and he's finding ways to make sure the scoreboard just keeps moving. And that'll do it for the third over. 35 without loss. So three overs, 3 different bowling options, and we'll see a 4th new bowling option used by Obis Pinar. In this 4th over, it is going to be Shadley Van Skalkovic, who bowled a little bit later than we expected. Now going to be given the new ball in today's match, and see if he can clog up the runs. And Again, the pitch seems to be baking under the sun. We've talked about it yesterday that this pitch, we feel as it continues to sit here for these 4 days, is going to be one that the batters are going to enjoy. Well, it seems like they're starting to find a liking to it, especially Mukhtar Ahmed, who's getting things going, and it's going to be Shadi Van Skalkvik who's going to be asked to rein things in. Shadi goes full, and it's just worked and clipped into the leg side. There is that deep backward square there to Marty Kane, so it'll just be held to 1. To put Sami Aslam on strike, who is taking a back seat early on, just 7 off 9, and why not take a back seat when you have a guy like Mukhtar Ahmed striking the way he is on the other end?
Yeah, we saw Sami Aslam get that sweep shutout for the boundary in the first over. Seems like a long time ago now, the way Mukhtar Ahmed has been operating. As we can see, Dane Pete moving a little bit finer at deep third man. It's one of the 2 boundary riders out. There's a deep mid-wicket in place as well for Shadley.
And it's run down to that third man, and just going to be kept to 1. And again, some quiet overs would be nice here. A wicket would be huge, as the Atlanta Fire are ahead of the pace so far, set by Samp Army in their first innings.
You could see some of the people behind the boundary. Those are some of the scouts, some of the team owners. See Vijay Benawal, who's associated with the Seattle franchise, both in minor league cricket, and I believe he might have an affiliation with Major League Cricket as well.
Again, cut out to third man for 1. So Shadley Van Skalkvik is doing the job that Obis Pinar has been asked, or has asked him to do, which is cut the boundaries down and make them work a little bit harder, find the length, and he's found that length early on. Oh, look at that shot. Sami Aslam getting in on the act, just straying maybe a little bit further down the leg side than he would have liked, and just picked it up off his hip over the top. 6 more.
We've seen some power from Mukhtar Ahmed. Now we're seeing some finesse from Sami Aslam. Equally effective. A lot of wrist in that shot. And even though the wind is blowing in from that direction, he got it very flat to get it fighting through the wind to clear the rope.
This time again on the legs. Quick single taken and quick single gotten. Big throw came in from, I believe, Abhiram Bolaseti inside the ring.
Now, where's Abhiram Bolaseti going to school?
He's also
is he a Tar Heel?
a Tar Heel.
Is he drowning his tears like yourself over the preseason #1 team not making the tournament?
Officially yesterday confirmed that we'd be the first preseason #1 to not make the tournament. But, Peter, we're here to talk about the MLC Champions Open, as this one is taken to a fine leg there to finish out that 4th over. It'll be a single by Mukhtar Ahmed, so he'll retain strike. 4 overs gone, 46 without loss.
What is the state of cricket at Chapel Hill?
You know, funny enough, Karen Sheldon Stadium, which is the field hockey stadium, as you see Nikhil Thamachandi and the
Zayanya Dale was. That's the secret name. Everybody knows her as Z.
And you can see her doing the dance on the way up as our cameraman follow her through, and there you go. Now you can see us in there as well. So everyone in frame right now and having a good time here in Prairie View. And the sun's out now, so everyone's outside of the tents. They're enjoying.
If you're outside the tent, the sun's wonderful. But we're inside. I've still got my beanie on here. It's cold. I got the sunglasses on because the sun's out, but it's chilly. It's chilly inside this tent, Aman.
Well, I still got the puffer on as well, so you can make that 2 of us. And Brian Walters to our left has his jacket on, so it's definitely chilly in the tent. And a change of ends here for Ali Khan.
Field hockey field. I want to hear more about this.
Oh, the field hockey field.
Field hockey field turned cricket field is what it sounds like we're going.
Cricket field. We have, a couple of international students who get out there, it seems almost every Friday, and they'll be out there for a couple of hours. And so I've joined in a couple of times with tennis ball and some plastic stumps and getting things going. So cricket, again, growing in America, and it's what led to this event happening. It's just the growth of cricket here and around the country. Full and straight from Ali Khan to start things off.
Have you been able to coerce Armando Baycott onto the cricket field?
Well, not yet, but we're working on it. We'll see what we can do. See who we can get on.
They've got some extra time on their hands now that they're not going to the NCAA tournament. There's no better time than now.
Well, that's a low blow. That's a low blow there. And Ali Khan's gonna look for a blow himself, trying to crash onto the stumps of Sami Aslam, trying to get one of these wickets to fall, break this partnership already worth 47. The number, ironically, on Ali Khan's back. Look at that carry, still plenty of bounce in the wicket, and Ali Khan's going to enjoy that. You can see him take a little bit of extra time at the tail end of his finish.
Yeah, 47 on the scoreboard, 47 on the back of his jersey. He used to wear number 23 when he first came into the USA national team. He started off wearing jersey number 23. There's been a number of USA players who have undergone a jersey switch during their careers, and he's one of them. Changed it to 47 partially as a tribute to Dwayne Bravo, DJ Bravo, who is basically the guy who opened the door for Ali Khan to get all these opportunities in franchise cricket. And Bravo, of course, wears 47 around the world.
This one sent over the top, and that's going to hit a tent somewhere. Goodness gracious, what a shot. They'll clear it, actually. How about that? Just in the slot, and Sami Aslam says, thank you very much. I'm taking you over the top.
Well, change of ends has not brought change in fortune this morning for Ali Khan, heading into the early afternoon now, just short of 1 o'clock here local time in Texas. And that one in the slot and gets pumped. Sami Aslam undeterred. And the 50 comes up with that shot. Inside of 5 overs. Great start here for the Atlanta Fire.
And this time he's chopped it on. That's what he's looking for. That extra bit of pace. Wait, the bail has not fallen, though. You can see the celebration from Ali Khan, but the bail has not come off. The bail is still on. You can see the zing light up. And how about that for a first?
They're not just glued on. That's Gorilla Glue. That's the super glue. More than super glue. What's going on here, Aman?
He's completely chopped it on, and with Ali Khan's pace, you'd imagine the bail to fall off, and you can see it light up there. Ali Khan's pointing at it, but the bail's never dislodged. So Sami Aslam, he's still out there. He's still playing around. And Ali Khan can't quite believe it, neither can the rest of Samp Army. This would be a great look at it here.
Did Sami Aslam go out in between innings and get the Gorilla Super Glue out?
Well, we'll find out after this next delivery. That's hit straight to the fielder there at mid-off. So consecutive dot balls, but would have loved the wicket to follow that 6. And this is how you know we're ready for big-time cricket, because we've got the zing bails. Again, just take another look at this. Again, Ali Khan not slow at all. Fires it in. Good length, coming in, tails in, straight off the bat, hits the base of the stumps, and the bail just never decides to come off.
I don't know if it did, to be honest, Aman. I'm looking at that replay, and I didn't see the ball hit the stumps, to be perfectly honest. Very bizarre. I tell you what it looked like more than anything. I'm curious to see another look. He might have just nudged the stumps with his feet.
That would be a better explanation than I've seen it. As we close out the 5th over. Just one more look at this.
Watch his foot. He goes quite deep. And I wonder, does his foot make contact? No, his foot is well away. The ball doesn't go near the stumps.
Well, always an intrigue here, cricket in America. 5 overs gone, 53 without loss.
Maybe they need to change the batteries in those stumps. Malfunction there. I'm not sure what was going on. Very bizarre sequence. What do you make of that, Nikhil, seeing the replays?
What is there to make? Peter Delapena, we have to live by the bails. If they don't drop, then the batter survives. Those are the rules. Van Skalvik. Leading edge, but just over the head of Shadley Van Skalvik. First over went for 10 runs. Uncharacteristically was expensive. Looks like it's going to be an enterprising run chase, the way that they've started things off.
Yeah, there's been a lot of uncharacteristic stuff we've seen in this early part of the chase. It's very uncharacteristic to see Ali Khan hit for as many runs as he's gone for. You can see how good this pitch is, though, as that one just sat up. And Mukhtar Ahmed, he's not slowing down one bit. Just pumps that over mid-wicket. And we're going to get a delay here. There's an awful lot of prairie land they got to rummage through to find that ball, Nikhil.
Well, if you've watched Mukhtar Ahmed when he played for Pakistan, you'll know that anything square, he's very strong. And I think that's just too easy. On length, giving me enough time to see exactly what the ball is doing. Van Skalvik is not the quickest. Mukhtar Ahmed, this is some start.
And now you're getting a sense of what they got to search through. They got to dig through. That's where they're doing some groundwork, trying to lay the foundation for what will be another cricket ground here. At some point in time down the road, this Prairie View complex, there's already 7 or 8 fields that are already constructed here all around the Prairie View Cricket Complex facility. Here we're getting a replay one more time at that bizarre sequence. Ball never really goes near the stumps. Bales and the stumps lit up. And then suggestion from somebody is that there may have been a vibration that triggered the stumps to light up. I've never seen that before. There's a lot of things I've seen the zing bales and the zing stumps do. Nikhil, I've never seen that though.
Yeah, it was bizarre. And he's still there, batting go. Mukhtar Ahmed, it's another 6, another maximum, 2 and 2. This is a charge that the Samp Army will need to stop quickly.
And again, he's not slogging. This is just orthodox stroke play. They're bowling in the slot. They're just bowling in hittable areas. And he's just winding up playing through the line. It's not really a slog. It's just a drivable length. And he's seizing on it.
Turning out to be a massive over. Already 12 runs from it. Still half of the over remaining. Thinking for Van Skalvik to do. 42 from 16. Possibly one of the most destructive innings we've seen in these 2 days of this MLC Champions Open. $136 still to get. So work to be done, but a much better start. Remember, both these teams were defeated on day number 1. So both have come in with something to prove. Goes again in the offside this time. There is a deep cover though, and put down. A big chance going to begging. Abhiram Bolisetti down at deep cover. You don't want to put an opportunity to take Mukhtar Ahmed down.
And it's just the pressure on the field because Abhiram Bolisetti out of North Carolina, he has a reputation as somebody in the USA Under-19 setup who's actually a very sure-handed fielder. And that was a straightforward chance for him. That is not the type of chance you would expect him to put down. And I think more than anything, he just had an awful lot of time to think about that one.
Good slower delivery, but it doesn't matter. Sami Aslam, one of the best cover drivers of the ball that you'll see. Gets the boundary.
And it's going to be a no ball as well. So things going from bad to worse for Shadley Van Skalvik. Already conceded 15 off the bat in this over, and it's going to be a no ball and a free hit to Sami Aslam. As the call came out, it wasn't actually Rushain Samuels. I think it was from the umpire at square leg. It may have been a fielding restriction violation. As the arm definitely did not go out immediately from the standing umpire, so I think it may have been a third fielder that was outside the ring, which you can't have at this stage. We're still in the power play overs, so mental lapse there. Just showing once again how rattled Samp Army is here in the early going of this chase.
Another slower delivery, and that might be the way to go on this pitch, which can be on the slower side at times. Direct hit, but Ahmed is well home. Decent comeback in the last 3 deliveries or so, but the damage has been done already. The no ball boundary. 19 runs from the over. 72 for none after the power play.
Just going back to that chance that Abiram Bolaseti put down, these youngsters out of the USA junior setup, they're not going to get as many opportunities to bat or bowl compared to the established stars. So one of the ways you can make a name for yourself is in the field. That's why he is here, because he is considered an excellent fielder as one of the recent USA Under-19 players. And when those opportunities arise, you got to capitalize on them to get noticed for the right reasons by some of these scouts that are here. And unfortunately for him, just wasn't able to convert that chance.
So Samadri. And this is interesting really, because yesterday he bowled the 7th over, which he's bowling now, but he did not bowl one in the power play. I was surprised to see them give him the new ball. It's not something he usually does, but man, this man has a natural habit of picking up wickets. In the last 12 months or so, he's been special to watch. First for the Seattle Thunderbolts, and then in this MLC Champions Open.
And again now, like we saw yesterday with him though, at first over the keeper was back the entire time, and then once he began his second over onwards, the keeper's up to the stumps, and that's when he gets all these variations just like that. When he's got the keeper up to the stumps in these middle over spells, that's when he goes to the slower balls, the cutters, deep into his bag of tricks to keep batters off balance, and that's what's produced the overwhelming majority of his wickets.
I just wonder if they may look to just be cautious against him, given the fact that they're well ahead of the rate. Very straight. Will it split the gap? It does. And much more like it from Sami Aslam. He's watched from the other end and now getting in on the act.
Yeah, just overpitched this. Went with the slower ball, but it just landed too full. And Sami Aslam was not fooled at all. Beats Obis PNR to the boundary easily.
Now the sweep. But there is protection outside the power play. That's actually a tactic you tend to see from batters against Samadri. Because of that low center of gravity and arm trajectory, the ball stays low. So batters tend to like to sweep. He doesn't, not the quickest bowler either. So it's a very valid option against him.
And especially with fine leg up in the ring as well. Can understand why.
It's definitely getting a lot warmer, Peter De La Pena, so it will be more favorable for bowling. But this pitch is pretty placid, so you can see the ball coming onto the bat nicely. Batters hitting through the line of the ball. Good running. Come back for 2.
You can see Obis PNR taking off his hooded sweatshirt just now on the boundary. Long off, and Cody Chetty is out there as well. He's taking off a layer. There's only a few players out there who still have long sleeves and hooded top on, so yeah, you can see the sun is shining out. It's coming through on the pictures now. We haven't really seen much of the sun this first couple hours of play here. Finally, as we get past 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun is shining brightly. And it's certainly shining brightly on the Atlanta Fire. 81 for none after 7 overs in this chase, pursuing a target of 201. They've made an excellent start.
Interesting decision by the captain, Jacobs Pignard. Haven't seen Dane Pete. First over went for just 7 runs. Didn't bring him back into the attack. But the captain himself is going to come into the attack. Didn't bowl yesterday, but a very capable all-rounder. Didn't need to bat today, so he's opted to display his ability with the ball in hand. Allow the 5 outside the circle as well, with the ball spinning in to the left-handed Sami Aslam. So he has 3 fielders deep on the onside as expected, as well as long off and deep cover as the 5 out. Should look for 2, but they'll keep it to 1. He has a very deceptive arm ball as well, Jacob Espinard, because of that height. Hard to pick, but also very quick through the air. And he's gotten several wickets using that method, so something to keep your eye on as he goes through the spell. Already 5 bowlers used inside the first 8 overs for the Samp Army.
You just seeing the pressure being put on by this pair here. PNR doesn't want to give him anything to hit. Don't just strain too far outside the stumps.
Again, that quick pace, but he's getting the line wrong. Second wide consecutively. A real treat to have players like Mukhtar Ahmed at this MLC Champions Open. Very full. But you look at Mukhtar Ahmed, many will remember when he played for Pakistan, he's got a very good average as well in T20 international cricket. 6 matches, averages over 30 with a strike rate of 140. 250s to go with that as well. So definitely has that international experience he can go to.
Problem for him, one of the reasons why he's here, is you just have to look at the depth that Pakistan has right now to choose from. At the top, you've got Muhammad Rizwan, Babar Azam. You've got somebody like Sam Ayub starting to emerge now as well. The depth of talent in Pakistan is just so rich. And it's led to some of these guys to pursue a different avenue, showcase their skills. Somebody like Saad Ali, Ehsan Adil, Sami Aslam, Mukhtar Ahmed, Zia Shahzad.
They've done well though outside the power play to keep that boundary hitting by Mukhtar Ahmed to a minimum. His last now 7 deliveries, he's only scored 5 runs. So that's the way I think they get back into this game if you're the Samp Army side. That asking rate is still at around 9 runs and over. Should just be 1. This is a good over, even with the 3 wides. A good over from Jacob Espinard, the captain. Well ahead of where the Fire were at this stage. After 8 overs, they were just 69. Sorry, the Samp Army side, but of course, having wickets in hand allowed them to propel themselves to get to 200.
That's really sharp running. That is super alert running between Sami Aslam and Mukhtar Ahmed. That did not really trickle all that wide from Lahir Malanta. And yet, as soon as it caromed off of his pads, Sami Aslam bolted for that run. Very sharp running.
Yeah, still a lot of batting to come as well for this Fire side. You saw Saif Badar get a 50 yesterday. He was special to watch. The former Pakistan under-19 player, so he's still to come. They have power in Corey Anderson and Yadram. So don't take your eyes off of this run chase. Could be very exciting. End of 8 overs, 89 for none. You find Peter Delapena watching yesterday the Fire, they didn't make use of that depth that they have. I mean, Usman Rafiq didn't face any deliveries. Basi Yadram only faced 7, and they're two of the arguably the biggest hitters in this MLC Champions Open.
But again, talked about it before, part of the structure of this is to rotate guys in and out, give different guys an opportunity to showcase what they can do. And we obviously saw that from Saif Padar yesterday. And now these two taking center stage at the moment. Obviously we saw David White earlier, along with Lahir Malanta. Different guys who you'd expect to bat in the top order are open for their minor league franchises because you've got such a great depth of talent here.
Pace off. But it's high and just long enough. And Fani Samadri, he goes to that attacking delivery at times, but Mukhtar Ahmed has just been that good. And it's a half century for him as well.
Nothing has seemed to phase him so far. Fani Samhadri, the leading wicket taker last year in minor league cricket, all of his slower balls and variations are not fooling Mukhtar Ahmed one bit.
I think the issue for Fani Samadri is those slower deliveries tend to grip in the surface at times, but because of this placid surface, it's just giving the batter a lot of time to see the ball. And Pinar's gambled here, going for his third over, someone that they tend to keep for the back end of the innings, but it tells you they want a wicket desperately. Much quicker delivery that time.
And again, what you're also seeing here is just how good this wicket is compared to yesterday. It's a far, far cry from how things unfolded in both matches yesterday, where the chasing team had great difficulty. This pitch is looking very, very true today. And I bet some of the guys who got opportunities up the order yesterday are wishing the batting order had been flipped around and they got those opportunities today. Everybody who's been batting in the top order has been profiting yesterday in a way that they clearly did not do yesterday.
Goes again. Sami Aslam this time though. This is carnage at the Prairie View Cricket Complex.
And again, this isn't slogging though. This is just orthodox shots. They're being fed half volleys. This is just too full and outside leg stump. That's a gimme delivery. And I really haven't seen either of these guys slog. The Century partnership comes up with that 6 inside of 9 overs. And these are not wild heaves across the line. They've been getting a lot of half volleys. When the bowlers have dropped short, they've gone for the pull shot. Seen a couple sweep shots come out, but Lahir Malanta scored the bulk of his boundaries using the reverse sweep, the scoop, the shuffle across the stumps, the reverse scoop over third man. He was playing all sorts of unorthodox shots. By contrast, these two have basically been playing everything out of the textbook. Straight bat, orthodox drives, flicks off the pads. That's what's been really impressive. They haven't had to do anything unusual to score the bulk of the runs, but they've been mighty, mighty effective. And the chase continues to be on for that ball down the west hillside, and Marty Kane finally has retrieved it. So all that work from Owen Brown to bring a replacement ball, it's for naught. Marty Kane has got the ball that Sami Aslam has hit for 6. Get that retrieved and finally get back underway as Fani Samadri finally has the ball back in hand.
Well, you saw that replay. Both maximums have come from very full deliveries, and that's what Fani Samadri will be. Always looks for wickets, and sometimes that's the price you pay. A man with not as much pace as a corner drive that we saw earlier, and when he's that full and misses his length, it's easy pickings for the batter. This time to the offside, work to be done for deep point. Does well, just keeps it to 1. So this game developing nicely at the moment. Still some 97 runs to win. 103, 104 correction for none. If you're now joining us, day 2 of the MLC Champions Open. You had wins for the UMMC Knight Riders and Kingsmen, both who will be in action at 2:30 p.m. local Pacific time. Need a wicket, no. Jacob Espiniar has to find it from somewhere. Hasn't gone back to Dane Pete, the off spin option as yet. First over just went for 7 runs. So similar performance from Tajinder Singh yesterday on arguably a tougher track to bat on. Mukhtar Ahmed, though, has been destructive today, and Sami Assam has supported him well. Almost identical to that pairing of David White and Lahir Malanta, similar dynamic. The captain back into the attack. But the extras, he's really struggling with the extras. Obas Pinyar, several deliveries down the leg side. You don't want to give the Atlanta Fire any bonus deliveries when they are off to this type of start, going at 11.5 runs per over. Full toss. You cannot afford to bowl that.
Oh, definitely not on the legs. Definitely not with the wind blowing out to the leg side. If you're going to make a mistake, it's got to be wide outside off stump. You can give away the short and wide ball hitting into the wind, but anything on the body, that's going to sail and sail and sail deep over the leg side rope when you hit into the west boundary, and that's just what Mukhtar Ahmed did. To be fair, Pinar did bowl that probably on a 6-7 stump line, but Mukhtar Ahmed is very clever, shuffling far across the stumps to access that leg side field, and because he didn't pitch the ball, just made it 10 times easier to get it up in the air and use the wind to get it over the boundary. And Marty Kane had some extra exercise to do over the last 10 minutes or so, going up and down that hill beyond the west boundary to retrieve the ball. A couple of occasions now as Owen Brown starts to make his way out with a replacement again, the third umpire. Ali Khan is over there too, trying to help out Marty Kane. As you can see Bert Cockley there on screen with the hat on, sitting down. Corey Anderson is behind him. That's the physio tent. And Corey Anderson, we were hoping to get a chance to see him bat today. It might not happen at this rate, Nikhil. 112 for no loss. These two, looks like it's going to take something quite special to dislodge either one of them from the crease at the moment. Some of the players coming in for this afternoon's matchup. You can see the scout tent that was just scanned across, and now that's our commentary position. We're on the left-hand side. Giveaway, and there's the scout tent. Yeah, so you see Sriyam Samayajula works as an analyst for a number of T20 franchise sides. He's in a dark cap, and then in the white hooded sweatshirt, that's Albie Markle. You can't really see his face, but I can guarantee you that's Albie Markle, who's here, the former South Africa player who is involved in a bunch of T20 franchise setups. He's involved with the Super Kings global franchise setup. He was involved with the Joburg Super Kings with the SA20, and he's here now with the Super Kings affiliation here in the U.S.
Still 89 to get from 65 deliveries, so even though they're well ahead of the asking rate, still need to keep that intensity, that momentum going. This ball is taking a while to find. Not sure why the umpires don't choose to try to get another ball, because some valuable minutes being eked out here.
I'll tell you what else is happening here. MLC is spared no expense to get the finest in catering for everybody here today. Eat more chicken. Who doesn't love Chick-fil-A? I can see Aman Patel is smiling from ear to ear.
So the ball is, well, new ball, sorry, has been used, and Jacobus Pinar has some work to do. 8 from that one delivery because of the extra.
I can hear Aman Patel. He's named another chain, a chicken chain, where the biscuits are the specialty, the famous biscuits. If you know, you know. In his part of the world in North Carolina, there's only one place to go, really.
Again, can't beat that fielder. And Mukhtar Ahmed, outside the power play, they've found a way and they've gotten it right. But I think they've just still given up a few too many loose deliveries, which have allowed him still to find the boundary consistently. Much quicker, and that's the arm ball we speak about. That tends to be very deceptive from Obas Pinar.
I was going to say, for a moment, I thought we had 3 dot balls in a row, but he just got an inside edge on that. No signal from O'Shane Samuels. So instead of being a bye, it's given as a run. This is a good comeback here from Pinar.
Should look for 2. He's hit that well, Sami Aslam.
And again, that's better bowling. To the left-hander, you want to be tight on the body. You want to have them hitting into the leg side from the end that Pinar was bowling at. And for the right-hander, you want to get it wide outside off stump. You want to have them hitting into the wind. Where he's made the mistakes has been on the body to the right-hander and well outside off stump to the left-hander. Again, much better. That's how he needs to be operating from that end.
End of the 10th over, halfway stage, well underway, 114 for none.
So welcome to the last 10 overs here in this third match of the MLC Champions Open as Dane Pete gets into bowl. Starts off on stumps and a quick single. Taken between the two, and Aman Patel joined by Brian Walters. And Brian, it's just been, as Nikhil Dhamachandani said, absolute carnage from the Atlanta Fire so far.
Absolute carnage indeed. Mukhtar Ahmed, in particular, is hitting the ball so sweetly against pace and spin, punishing anything that's just a little bit loose. Just really good going so far.
And you can see Obas Pinar, he's gone to the experience of himself. Obviously, Dane Pete, who's played in multiple test matches for South Africa, his first test match, took 4 wickets in that one against Zimbabwe to try to dismiss the Pakistani national. But it doesn't matter if you're Funny Samadhi or Dane Pete. He's going to send you over the top of long on, does so once again, and he's moving on in fantastic style.
Mukhtar Ahmed, absolutely unbelievable ball striking. He's now 67 from just 33 balls faced, 3 4s and 7 6s. Absolutely setting Prairie View alight. And 200 runs, which seem pretty steep, now appears to be just a simple chase. Absolutely brutal ball striking here as they take a single to that fielder, Marty Kane, coming across from extra cover.
And you knew it was Marty Kane right away because he flicked it behind his back. And, again, always an effort guy. And even at this stage where it seems like Atlanta is going to cruise to one, Marty Kane, 1,000% effort. This one, leading edge, is going to fall in no man's land. And when it's going your way, it's going your way. And it's definitely going the way of the Atlanta Fire. That one, a genuine edge, and just went over the top of mid-wicket inside the ring.
You heard the despairing yell, almost a shout of agony by Dane Pete. That one definitely taking the edge. landing just in no man's land. Already 9 runs from this over.
Lofted and wide. Extras have been a problem for Samp Army today. First with Obis Pinar and Dane Pete starting to follow.
Certainly. 12 extras so far, so just under 10% of the runs in extras.
This one hits straight back down the ground. Chase not going to make it there, and it's going to be another 4 runs. It was wider. He went to the wide line, Dane Pete, and it still didn't matter. Mukhtar Ahmed found a way to find a gap for 4 more to close the over.
My goodness, 128 without loss, just another 7 to 3 runs. They need to only score from here at the rate of 8 and over, 8.1 and over, as you see on the replay. Just down on one knee almost and dragging it straight, having it go straight up that fielder who is in the deep at mid-off, make that long off. And so this feels like a very pedestrian effort from here. Is all that's needed to overhaul this total. Scoring into the 11th over at over 11 runs and over, 11 and a half runs and over. What an absolutely brutal onslaught so far. We called his name earlier. This appears to be Marty Kane coming into bowl from the forest end, the northern end of the ground.
Marty Kane, someone who plays minor league cricket for the San Diego Surf Riders, captains that side, has also made his USA debut in Lauderhill, Florida in 2021 against Ireland. Took a sensational catch that went viral on the USA Cricket pages, and everyone retweeting it with the hashtag #CaneTrain. And let's see if you can pick up a couple of wickets on this journey. It's cut out to the fielder at deep point. Marty Kane with an interesting action, Brian.
Very interesting. Left arm orthodox, but he releases it. It's deceptive in that if you're expecting it to come out at the time that an ordinary bowler would, the ball rushes on you because there's that last minute hitch in his action, and that ball, that left arm whips across. It's not very necessarily orthodox in terms of how he delivers it. And so he can be tricky to the batter if he's not accustomed to seeing Marty Kane bowl.
I've called it a stalling car at times when he did bowl that in Florida. Asked to describe it, that was the first thing that came to mind. And look at their effort shown in full dive out there. Marty Kane's always going to give 100%, and Samp Army need well more than that if they want to find a way to close this thing out. They thought they found the answer with the bat in hand. They put up a total and thought their bowling would be able to defend it. Right now, it just seems easy.
No question, as that's wide outside off, too wide for the liking of umpire Shane Samuels. But Marty Kane this season, 7 wickets, 124 runs in his season so far. And with the bat, 84, make that 118 runs.
Well, how about this? Innovative, calling for LBW's Marty Kane. There was a chance of a run out. It was all happening there. It seems like Shane Samuels felt as if there was bat involved on that play, but you can see Samuels pulling the pages from the book earlier. Some innovative strokes. Yeah.
Ooh.
It looked clearly to me all bat involved there. I'm not sure that there was any pad involved there, Brian.
Ooh, I'd like to see that again if Roddy can arrange it after the over, because that was an interesting call. Bowling from around the wicket to the lefty. Oh,
well, this one's going to be an inside edge. Fine leg is in place, and it's just going to keep it to 1. And again, it's not going to be about closing up the boundaries now. If you are Samp Army, it's going to be about taking wickets. You got to take them in bunches.
Oh, you need a ton of wickets from here. I don't know necessarily that you have, even with taking wickets, the required rate is relatively low, 8.16. And even if you knock over a couple here, you're still looking at a pretty pedestrian, I think, chase. It would take a tremendous collapse from the stage on for the Atlanta Fire to not overhaul this total.
And again, led by Mukhtar Ahmed, Sami Aslam quietly, 45 off 35. And on a normal day, that's going to be a rapid strike rate. Just now we have Mukhtar Ahmed at the other end, and his 37 deliveries at 74,
Oh my goodness.
lighting up this Prairie View Cricket Complex. 12 overs gone, 134 without loss.
Amazing.
And remember, we talked about coming into the day, both of these sides had lost, and so basically a loss here would take you out of contention for that final. and it seems like Samp Army is going to be done with this tournament before it ever really started.
Looking ahead to the final day's worth of play on Thursday, the forecast calls for a fair amount of rain, so I don't know how much of those games scheduled will take place. So it becomes even more important to emphasize the fact that these players are playing in front of scouts and in front of selectors potentially for the draft this coming weekend at the Johnson Space Center in Clear Lake, about an hour and a half southeast of where we are right now. So it emphasizes the fact that this is an opportunity as Shadley Van Skalkovic comes back into the attack from the southern end for these players to make a mark for themselves.
This one pulled into the leg side, going to find a fielder, and good effort there. A couple relays, going to get just a single off of it. Change of ends for Shadley Van Skalkovic, who's been operating primarily from the northern end, elected to go from the southern end. And you mentioned it, you know, if you are Samp Army, basically the 1 and 2 team here just gets an extra game. Yes, you want to win the tournament, but you get that extra game to showcase your skills and have another opportunity to show scouts what you can do. You just lose that if you're not one of those top 2 teams. Obviously, there's a 3-4 matchup, so you will have that opportunity there. As this one's going to find the inner half of the bat, but just won't find the stumps. And you could see Shadley Van Skalkovic just hanging at the end of that follow-through, just wishing that ball to find the stumps.
Boy, Mukhtar Ahmed really winding up to aim for the fences on that one. Played 6 matches for Pakistan. Heard Nikhil Uttam Chandani talking about it before. An average of 32 with a high of 83. List day matches, almost 2,000 runs at an average of 41. So he can bat and has batted at the highest levels. No question that what you're seeing in front of us right now is not an accident by any means.
A change of end for Shadley Van Skalkovic as Sami Aslam, the left-hander, gets on strike, trying to see if the angle will create that wicket. It's hit up in the air, but it's hit well enough. Don't think there's any chance for Marty Kane out there, and he realized it halfway through. Another 6 and a 50 comes up for the captain.
Wow, 50 runs. Sami Aslam now 53 from 38. Faced the same number of deliveries as you see here from around the wicket on that replay, angling toward off stump, but seeing it so well as Sami Aslam and lofting it well over mid-wicket for another 6.
This time, just pushes it through the offside, uses his feet to come down the track. And, you know, if the Atlanta Fire are able to come out here and chase 200 with this ease, can you only imagine what we're going to see in this next match today? So make sure you tune in for the second game. It's going to be a mouth-watering affair between the UMMC Knight Riders and the Kingsmen. I can only suspect it's going to be a high-scoring affair, Brian.
Goodness. Remember, the sun has been beating down now for a couple of hours. Say more about that after this ball.
Well, sun's been beating down. This one's up in the air. Dane Pete's going to have an opportunity. And it's going to be one bounce inside the rope for 4. It looked like he thought he was much closer to the boundary, and umpire signal 6 originally. You can see him saying, my fault. He's changed and amended his signal to 4. But take a look at this on the replay, Brian.
Lofted down the air, then Pete making a few yards to his right, but not able to get there. And I think what you said is accurate. He might have thought he was a little closer to the rope than he ended up being, and could potentially have gone back and taken that about head height.
This time goes short, pulled away. Fielders coming around. There's going to be one bounce out there. And again, when it's going your way, it's going your way. That one on a normal day could have been taken, but just the way it's been going, the Atlanta Fire have all the momentum here in the 13th as the 13th comes to a close. It's 148 without loss.
Oh, my goodness. 148 without loss. Still scoring at a rate of 11.38 and over, man. And that required rate now down to 7.57. They're doing it so absolutely effortlessly. I started saying the sun has been beating down probably since about 10 o'clock or so. So that has the tendency of sort of baking the surface and makes it easier for batting. And, of course, the batters have been there long enough now. In the Caribbean, we say they're seeing it as big as a breadfruit. You know what a breadfruit is, by the way.
I'm not sure what a breadfruit is.
I'll show you a picture after the
All right, there we go.
But think soccer ball, about that size.
There we go.
And so if you're seeing the ball that clearly and the ball is coming onto the bat, you're treating pace and spin with scant respect and racing on towards this total. you're absolutely in a good place right now if you're the Atlanta Fire.
Well, I'm sure you've seen that video of the beach ball getting onto the field in Australia and Steve Smith kind of paddling it away, and the commentator saying that's how he's seeing the ball right now. Well, that's how the two in the middle are seeing it. It's a beach ball, but there you go. Marty Kane steps up and he strikes as Mukhtar Ahmed just looked to throw the kitchen sink at the ball, opened everything up, and the wicket falls, and the bails are this time dislodged.
This time. So Marty Kane takes the wicket. Mukhtar Ahmed, I mentioned earlier how heavily or how the amount of effort that he was putting into each one of these shots, just completely going across the line here. I think looking to play that a little bit squarer, and then that ball stays a little low. If you've noticed on that replay, if you will see that again another time, it stays a little low, and it probably just sneaks under the attempted sort of sweep shot being attempted by Mukhtar Ahmed. But take nothing away from him. That shot represents the end of his innings, but he put 72 runs on the board from 41 balls, 9 fours, and 3 big sixes. Here you see on the replay again, going across the line, and that angle with Marty Kane going sort of from around the wicket. And once again, that ball keeping just a touch low there and knocking the off stump about 2/3 of the way up. So that is the end of the innings for Mukhtar Ahmed, but I think he's done much of the heavy lifting so far.
Absolutely, 80 off of 41 as we'll see another big bat into the middle. Bhaskar Yadram, known as a big hitter, still to this day has the biggest six ever hit at Church Street Park. Landed on the tennis courts. If you've ever seen Church Street Park, you know that's about a good 100 or so meters away. And again, we know what he can do with the bat, and it's not a tall task for him as the required run rate's under 8 now, and the way Sami Aslam is hitting the ball. But if you're Sump Army, you're thinking, okay, we got that one wicket. Can we get 2? Can we get 3? And can Marty Kane provide a spark plug for the Sump Army side?
One of the oldest rules in cricket, well, not rule, but one of the oldest sayings, 1 brings 2. But, you know, even if you get 2 wickets here, you're looking at a lot of time as that ball stays just a little bit low. And I'm struggling to maintain vision as there's a moving sight screen in front of me.
Well, Marty Kane, again, is just going to try and cause problems with his interesting action, with the way he's able to deliver the ball and attack the stumps. This one pushed into the offside for 1.
So, Aman, it's always easy to go back and second guess. But you wonder whether or not, had Marty Kane been brought in earlier, and if the captain, Oba Spinar, who's a similar bowler to Marty Kane, left-arm orthodox, if they had bowled more up front, or maybe after the Pacers had gone for as many runs as they had, Dane Pete, of course, opening the bowling, but then Ali Khan and Fani Samadri being relatively expensive, how different this would have looked.
Well, this one, a top edge, that's going to run away towards fine leg. Not going to get all the way there for 4, but they'll pick up a couple of runs there for Sami Aslam. But you bring up a good point there, Brian. I think the Fani Samadri in the 3rd over was an interesting decision. Again, I think they were just trying to get an over of him in there, try to sneak one in there, know he's a wicket taker. But he takes most of his wickets outside the power play, with the cutters, with the variations. Once the batters are trying to swing and really accelerate, it felt that over was out of place. I think had Shadley Van Skalkovic bowled that over. Look at this shot as he's picked it up and taken away my point. That one's gone all the way for 6. Sami Aslam is just picking it up at the moment. And just it's exhibition right now, Brian.
You're absolutely right. So good exhibition of batsmanship, skipping down the wicket and then clipping that one over that rope at deep mid-wicket. But I agree with you about Fani Samadri. He's taken a ton of wickets, 33 wickets by my memory from this last minor league season. But he's done that outside of the power play. So you'd expect him to bowl maybe over 7, 9, 11, and 13 or something like that, as this has worked into the leg side. But I don't see him as a sort of a bowler who can come in and bowl during the power play. Put him in a different situation there.
Well, that'll do it for the 14th over. It's 158 for loss of 1. Well, Brian, again, we've been talking about Mukhtar Ahmed all day, but Sami Aslam, again, quietly building a great innings for himself. He had a good one yesterday, showed off a lot of the shots, MVP of the 2021 minor league season, and he's showing it off, showing exactly why, as we see Ali Khan being brought back into the attack.
Ali Khan being brought back into the attack, and look, Ali Khan been more expensive than he'd like. 2 overs for 27, so going at 13.5 and over, he's a better bowler than those figures would suggest. But treated very rudely by both Mukhtar Ahmed and Sami Aslam. This might be the final roll of the dice. Go back to your premier strike bowler and see if you can knock over 1 or 2, particularly since there is now a new batter at the crease. He's not the one on strike, Bhaskar Yadram. Sami Aslam will be facing 63 from 42 so far, 3 4s and 5 big 6s, striking it at a rate of 150. But just another 43 runs needed for a victory here, Aman.
Yeah, and again, like you said, I think this is your last desperation pull here. Obus Pinar, you're going to go back to the strike bowling of Ali Khan. You'll see if you go back to Marty Kane or if you do look to another option. Starting around the wicket, and look at the touch. We've talked about it so much with Lahidu Malanta. This time, just plays it so late. Sami Aslam opened the face, kept it away from backward point inside the circle, and elegant for 4 runs.
Oh, what a shot. Okay, you may think this is overstating it. For me, this is the shot of the day. Look at the timing on this. Just placing it. Very little flourish. Just opening the face, angling it in such a way that it gets too fine for that fielder backward point. And third man all the way back in an orthodox position. That ball was always going to race away for 4. What a tremendous stroke that was.
Absolutely spectacular. Just using the pace of Ali Khan, and again, with Sami Aslam is going to take advantage. We've seen it time and time again. And again, with on offer, again, run down to third man. This time, third man will be given the opportunity to get there. And just going to be 1 to put Bhaskar Yadram back on strike.
Boy, before this over started, the last 5 had gone for 54. And of the last 5 overs, only 1 has not gone for double figures in terms of runs. So just scoring has been so absolutely easy for the Atlanta Fire. And even with Bhaskar Yadram only having been at the crease for 2 deliveries, so he's relatively new to the crease, but that scoring rate has not slowed down at all.
It's that ability to build partnerships early on, and now there's really no pressure on Bhaskar Yadram. Doesn't have to do anything out of the ordinary. Can just knock the ball around. This one short and just pulled away. Again, Ali Khan going to pull out all the stops here. Have to imagine he's going to try a couple of Yorkers at some point in this over. Maybe some variable balls there with a slower 1 or 2.
Well, if you're a strike bowler called back in ostensibly to take wickets, then you have to attempt to bowl wicket-taking balls. I don't mind that short ball up around the face of Bhaskar Yadram, the new batter. Now, those are the types of deliveries that in Ali Khan's first spell were put away dismissively for 4s and 6s. So having a chat right now with the captain, Obus Pinar, looking to, I think, formulate some sort of plan. I don't think you're looking to have him bowl containing type deliveries. So I think he's going to be attacking Sami Aslam here. And in fact, you see now deep third coming into the circle, and there's a deep square leg in place. So that suggests to me that he's going to be bowling something on the body.
Went for the Yorker and just misses it a bit. Dane Pete giving chase, and he's not going to get there.
Wow.
Hit effortlessly down the ground, as straight as you like, for 4 more.
My goodness, this is such expert batsmanship now. Sami Aslam up to 68 from 44. See on that replay from around the wicket. Angled in again toward off stump and stroking it right down the ground. You see umpire Colin Edwards taking evasive action. And that deficit now only 33 runs. Amazing that a chase of 200 runs is going to take place ostensibly with balls, overs really still to be bowled.
Something you don't normally see. You expect when you get a score of 200, even on a batting deck, you're like, okay, you know what, we're going to have a good chase in store. As you see, deep point taken out. So where does he go now? Again, it likes to go full, gives a little bit of width, and just pushed out into the deep on the offside. And again, no real pressure here, so you're going to have to force a wicket here. If you are the Samp Army, you're going to have to force something really special.
Just 1 ball to come here in the 15th with 11 runs already scored from this over. So you're exactly right. No pressure whatsoever. And, you know, the required rate now is 6.19. So really a runner ball is all they'll need from here to win this easily. Still with 9 wickets in hand. And Bhaskar Yadrim, who is a big hitter, doesn't need to hit big here.
Oh, this one just chipped over the top of mid-on, mid-off, who's just brought inside the circle, and all Dane Pete can do is run back and fetch it as Peter Della Penna hands it back to him. Look at this classy shot from Bhaskar Yadrim.
Oh my goodness, just lofting it. I said he's a big hitter. This was not big hitting. This is just lofting it, timing it really, just wide of Dane Pete inside the circle at mid-off. And once it got over his head, it was always going to run away for 4. So that is 173 for 1 is the score. Only another 28 runs to go. Boy, Aman, this is looking like they could potentially have chased around 230 if they'd needed to.
Nick, it's 15.
$173 for 1 is the score after 15. So the last 5 overs, but in those last 5 overs, only 28 runs needed for victory. And Brian Walters here with you, joined by Nikhil Uttamchandani for probably the last several overs. I don't think this is going to go all the way. And speaking of going all the way, this is swept by Sami Aslam from Dane Pete over the deep mid-wicket boundary for 6. And only another 22 runs needed for victory, Nikhil.
Yeah, it's an interesting decision by Jacobus Pinar to go back to Dane Pete, who bowled the first over. But then never saw the ball again. He's taken Marty Kane out of the attack, who I thought did pretty well. But he's bowled 2 overs, sorry, Dane Pete. But the key thing here, Brian, is how do they get Sami Aslam out? That's the only chance they're going to have. A very small chance of winning this game.
It is a minute chance because that required rate now is under 5. And this is pulled away into the deep again. Just going to be at least a couple more. Boy, it is all looking so easy. And I think the wind was taken out of the sails with that onslaught by Sami Aslam and Mukhtar Ahmed. Sami Aslam still there, 73 from 46 with 5 4s and 5 6s. Mukhtar Ahmed did so much damage, 80 from 41, 5 4s and 7 6s.
I think what he's done, Sami Aslam, is a real example of how you should be going about things. In that partnership with Mukhtar Ahmed, ensure that he remained at the other end. I think minimize the risk he took. But as soon as Mukhtar Ahmed was dismissed, Sami Aslam just took over in terms of the stem of runs, being very aggressive and allowing the new batter in Bhaskar Yadrim to just get in. So this has been probably the best approach in terms of a complete innings that we've seen from a team in this MLC Champions Open. Big swing and a miss.
Winding up looking for the big one there. Boy, it is so hard to believe that this is a team that lost relatively meekly yesterday. They look like a completely different outfit here. Dane Pete into his 3rd over, just 1 ball remaining, conceded 30 runs. All of the bowlers, with the exception of Oba spinner and Marty Kane, the 2 left-arm orthodox spinners, have gone for double figures in terms of an economy rate.
And it's why I think it's even more surprising that Pinar hasn't gone back to Marty Kane. I mean, even though in T20 cricket, tend to get a bit used to bowlers, but still, I think he's been probably the best bowler for this Samp Army side. End of 16 overs, just 18 runs away, 183 for 1. Brian, if you've had a very good look at the 4 teams, if you had to pick sort of a favorite in terms of who you think could go on to win it, who do you think is the strongest of the 4?
I would have a hard time, and this might be recency bias. I was here for the Houston Premier League tournament a couple of weeks ago, and I happened to see the UMMC Knight Riders up close, and so they stand out to me as a team that are very talented, top to bottom. I would think, if you asked me, if you put a gun to my head and said you have to give me a guess, that would be my guess. But, you know, of course, I'd like to hear words or your thoughts about which is the best team?
I think Kingsmen are definitely a team to watch out for, but I'm excited for that second game for the reason of seeing this surface, and it definitely is a bigger test for bowlers. I think it's very on the placid side. Second day we're using it. Yesterday was a very tricky day for the batters. Today, though, especially in the afternoon, it's going to be hard work for the seamers especially. So it's going to be a really good test for the Eastern Adils, who's on the Kingsmen, or even the Rusty Theron, Calvin Savage, all who we saw yesterday, who looked very good. Excited to see that proposition a bit later on. Remember, 2:30 p.m., the two unbeaten teams facing off right here on MLC Network and wherever you're joining us around the world.
Well, when the Seamers bowled yesterday, different kind of day in sorts of overall conditions were very cloudy and dark, and I think more suited to fast bowling. Now with the much more brilliant conditions, not a cloud in the sky, temperature probably slightly cooler than it was yesterday, but more so friendly batting conditions.
See again, that very low trajectory from Fani Samaji playing a part. Ball keeping extremely low, doesn't have the pace. Can sometimes be one of his biggest advantages. Fantastic as well that you have a Sami Aslam from Pakistan, would have played Test cricket. Wide signal, but you also have a wide audience in Pakistan as well, with the games being shown on T-Sports in Asia. So great that he has his fans from his original home being able to watch him.
Well, this just emphasizes what a nice platform this is for all these players. Oh,
and that is a treat for all the fans watching him. Another maximum for Sami Aslam, his 7th on the day. This man has been unstoppable since he's come out to bat.
Oh my goodness, with that stroke, Sami Aslam now approaches or at least gets to 88. Can he score 100? It will be difficult because only 10 more runs are needed for victory. It would take some maneuvering to get there and making sure that he gets close without having gone over in terms of the number of runs that he has. But whatever number he ends up with, he has absolutely stamped his authority on this match so far.
Again, another wide, so struggling with the line. But this has been a sensational knock from Sami Aslam, a man that has been up top the run scoring charts in the minor league and now backing it up, showing that against better bowling on tougher surfaces, he can get the runs. So Madri's changed his angle of attack. He's come around the wicket.
Coming around the wicket at this stage, you know, I think you're pretty much, hate to say it, rearranging deck chairs on the Titanic. Just another 8 runs to go. 193 for 1. My goodness. 2 scoring strokes away from victory, chasing 201, and we're only in the 17th over. Amazing, amazing batting display by the Atlanta Fire.
Hasn't quite got it. There is a deep cover. Who puts it down? And another chance gone a begging is David White. We saw Dane Pete drop one earlier, and that won't help the Samp Army. I don't think it would have mattered too much anyway. You can see the disappointment.
Yeah, it's one of those where practically it doesn't make a big difference. Maybe as a professional, you want to be able to take those catches, and it was a pretty simple catch in the end, but not judging it very well, David White, and ended up not coming in far enough to take that.
I think there's a lot of factors with that catch, though. You look at the skies, that light blue ball tends to get lost in it, and then the wind factor as well, which can have the ball swirling. We saw several catches being dropped yesterday because of that high wind. End of the 17th over, 196 for 1. And if this is anything to go by, Brian, very excited to see, I think, 2 best batting lineups in the tournament coming up next. Kingsmen, think of the power that they have. We saw Shubham Ranjani, we saw Tajinder Singh yesterday. Really stand out with the UMMC side. Jaskaran Malhotra, the captain, Unmuk Chan, and the list goes on and on.
Mouth-watering stuff.
Could be another 400-run affair.
You know what? You're absolutely right, because as we said, conditions right now are much better for batting than they were either first thing this morning or throughout the much of the day yesterday afternoon. So, boy, we're only another one stroke away from this match being done and dusted. And as you mentioned earlier, Nikhil, 2:30 this afternoon, we're on tap for another scintillating match.
So Abiram Boliseti is going to get his first over of the day. One of the under 23 players in this tournament. He's one to keep your eye on. Had a very impressive minor league season. Remember, the teams will need to have under 23 players, the teams picking in the major league. So they'll keep their eye on this young man. Oh, that has been slapped though. Won't get to the boundary. A bit heavy the outfield at that straight boundary, but definitely has the makings of a very talented cricketer. Abiram Boliseti can bowl and hits the ball a far away as well.
No question, he's a talented player from the North Carolina area. And coming in, you know, being asked to just essentially go through the motions. Only 4 runs remaining for victory. But every single opportunity that you get to impress these scouts is one that you have to take with both hands. So he will not be thinking much in terms of what the overall score is. He'll be just thinking about, as they say in NFL football, what you're putting on tape, what you're putting in front of the people who matter, who can see what talent you have. We'll be bowling now to Sami Aslam. Sami Aslam on.
And his captain, Jacob Espinar, knows him very well. Both play for that Morrisville franchise.
Sami Aslam, 89 from 53, 5 fours and 7 sixes.
Goes short, but definitely a wide. I think he's worked on his pace. He's definitely increased some of that pace from what we saw him in the minor league season. And he's shown us that he can hit the ball a long way. It's tough for him to get an opportunity in a tournament like this, where you have so many senior players. But I'm excited that he's even been given this one over to bowl, if he does get to the end of the over.
Absolutely. He's a young man, so you'd expect that from one year to the next he'd increase both in strength and in pace. There's evidence of that pace again. Short of a length and having Sami Aslam, who's on 89, not out, hopping up onto his toes to defend that one. Sami Aslam gets into the 90s, and that might be the end of his opportunity to get 100. The outside chance that that might have existed, I think, went away with that single. But he will end up in the 90s regardless of what score he ends up with. Just 2 more runs now needed for victory.
I think Basquiat will be looking to finish this with a boundary, at least, if not a maximum. He's a power hitter. Yadram had limited opportunities in this tournament. That is a gorgeous shot through cover and a fitting way to end the game for the Atlanta Fire. It's been a dominant performance, making 200 look minuscule at the Prairie View Cricket Complex, and they take this one by 9 wickets.
What an absolutely brilliant stroke that is over extra cover. Bhaskar Yadram, that ball actually not far away from landing for 6, but just clean striking from top to bottom. Sami Aslam, Mukhtar Ahmed, and then Bhaskar Yadram with the finishing touches. Easy victory by 9 wickets. Atlanta Fire taking it easily. Here you see on the scoreboard, Sami Aslam 90 from 54. Mukhtar Ahmed bowled by Marty Kane, the only wicket to fall, 80 from 41. And Bhaskar Yadram at the end, 16 from 11. Truly sensational effort here by the Atlanta Fire.
It was a tough day at the office for the bowlers simply because of the nature of this surface. Definitely on the placid side was hard work for Ali Khan. Went out 14 runs per over, much like Shadi Van Schalvik and Boliseti towards the end. Marty Kane was decent with his 2, picked up the wicket of Mukhtar Ahmed. So, in the end, the Atlanta Fire picking up their first win of the tournament, winning by 9 wickets. Don't go too far. 2:30 p.m. We will have coverage of the UMMC Knight Riders up against the Samp Army side. You don't want to miss that. The battle between the 2 unbeaten teams in this MLC Champions Open.